Good morning, true crime friends. Welcome. Today is Friday, October 24th, 2025, and it's Friday. We're continuing our coverage of the kidnapped kids murder trial, New Hampshire versus Dustin Duren. We're on day 4. And it's been an interesting morning already, so I decided to go ahead and go live. But we're going to start from the beginning. We're not going to fast forward. We're going to watch it all. So let's start, and I'll come back with some commentary.
Good morning. Thank you. Please be seated. Okay, members of the jury, thank you again for your service and your punctuality. As I ask you every morning, because there is a media presence with respect to this jury, please, I would ask you now to raise your hand if you have had any exposure, even if it was inadvertent, relative to any of the media coverage with respect to this matter. Let the record reflect that none of the jurors have raised their hands. Thank you again for your...
God, why can't we hear it today?
And
oh, God, I forgot I'm not muted. Sorry.
Thank you.
Detective Sergeant, I'm going to back us up a little bit and just go through in some bite-sized chunks, okay?
Okay.
So we were talking about the incident itself, what Dustin told you about the incident. He said it happened super fast.
Yes.
He said, I mean, there was, again, it was like training to where it was, he said, I mean, there was, again, it was like training.
Yes.
He said, to where it was just grabbed it, cocked, grabbed Elwyn, and then right when I shot, it was just immediately, I grabbed Elwyn and like ran out of the house.
To the car.
Yes, I'm doing it bite-sized chunks here. Yes.
Okay. Yes.
And just immediately ran out of the house and put her in the car.
Yes.
She didn't have injuries.
Yes.
She didn't.
Correct.
He loaded the car up.
Yes.
He got the kids in the car.
Yes.
He was thinking, at some point I'm going to turn myself in.
Yes.
But first he was going to spend some time with his kids.
Correct.
He said he drove to Concord.
Yes.
Once he got to Concord, he sat with Elwyn and Valen again.
Yes.
And at that point, they were both good and they were happy.
Yes.
He called his mom and told her what had happened.
Yes.
And he told her to call the cops.
Probably should call the cops is my recollection, but something to that effect, yes.
He told his mom he was going to turn himself in.
I believe so, yes.
He told her he wanted some time with the kids beforehand.
Yes.
He told you that after he talked to his mom, he turned his phone off.
Correct. Went dark, I believe is what he said.
He said went dark, and he said, I turned my phone off.
Yes.
He said he drove to somewhere in New York State.
He believed it was New York State. Yes.
He and the kids got a few hours sleep.
Correct.
He woke up and initially thought, well, I'll just surrender at a random police department.
Yes.
But then he decided he should probably do it in New Hampshire.
Correct.
And by do it, he was referring to surrendering or turning himself in.
Yes.
So then he started heading back.
Yes.
He decided to go to Concord and then just surrender there.
That was his plan, yes.
But he wanted to just sit down with the girls and just have breakfast somewhere.
Yes.
Just a couple more questions on what Dustin said in relation to his training. Dustin said everything was so fast. It really was like training. It was instant.
Referring to his marksmanship training, yes.
He said it was like muscle memory.
He did say that.
He said it was his training coming out.
He did say that, yes.
One moment. No further questions.
I forgot to tell everyone to like, share, and subscribe to the channel. I forgot to tell you all that. I just wanted to get into the trial because I have a feeling they're probably going to have a short day today because they're probably going to get it to the jury. I don't know how many the defense has. So, okay, back on.
Sergeant McLaughlin, just 2 questions. How many police stations or police barracks are in Keene?
So there's a state police barracks in Keene, so that's 1. The Keene Police Department is 2, and the Cheshire County Sheriff's Department is in Keene as well, so that's 3.
And to the location where he was originally stopped by, or initially stopped by police, he passed right by your barracks, is that correct?
He even commented that he saw the sign for the state police barracks.
And he avoided that.
Yes,
Now, how many police stations between Keene and Concord?
a lot. You don't expect me to know how many, do you?
No, that many, right?
A lot.
You can't even judge.
And even from the Vermont border into New Hampshire, there's at least Chesterfield Police Department.
Okay. Did the defendant talk to you about whether he had a connection to Concord, New Hampshire?
No,
Now, everything in the defendant's statement, all of the words that he provided to you, that's what he told you, correct?
that's correct.
Anybody else tell you those words?
No.
No other questions?
Recross?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. Can Detective Sergeant McLaughlin be excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Ron.
Turn may I approach the monitor?
Sure.
Your Honor, at this time, the state has no further witnesses and we would rest.
Okay. All right, thank you. Okay, members of the jury, at this time, I know that we just started for the day, but we are going to be taking a break at this point. So I'm going to request again that you retire to the deliberation room. Please do not discuss any aspect of the case. Do not discuss
Okay, so in case anyone missed it and you're on the replay, the state has rested. So their 100 witnesses were only about 10, 15 maybe. I'm not sure how many. But from what I hear, the first witness for the defense is Brenda Plamden, and she is Caitlyn's aunt. I believe she has the girls. I think she still does. So the state rests and the defense will now do their case because the state has the burden to prove that he did wrong. So I don't know. I'll keep my opinions to myself till the end. Okay, back on. Oh, wrong one.
No rational trier of fact to find beyond a reasonable doubt, the state has disproved the affirmative defense of defense of others, and therefore the court must dismiss all 4 charges. Specifically, Dustin was justified when he shot Caitlyn, and all charges must be dismissed. The state offered evidence that Caitlyn died from a gunshot wound to the head, and that the gun that was shot was Dustin's, and was found in Dustin's car upon arrest. However, the state introduced the defendant's own statements through Detective McLaughlin, which offer enough evidence of justification, and so the burden shifts to the state to prove it was not justified. Dustin told the state in his interview how and why he was justified. Specifically, he described Caitlyn refusing to leave his home. He said Caitlyn was getting more and more aggressive. Caitlyn told him she was going to take the kids away from him. Caitlyn told him she was going to call the cops and have him arrested. Caitlyn grabbed Ellen and was not letting go. She was again threatening to take the kids. Caitlyn was saying she was going to take Valen and Ellen back to Minnesota. Dustin tried to grab Ellen and be like, hey, let go of Ellen. And Caitlyn just wouldn't let go. Caitlyn had Ellen in a bear hug, a two-handed bear hug. Dustin tried to grab Ellen a couple of times. He couldn't pull that much because he did not want to hurt Ellen. Ellen was yelling. Ellen was crying. Caitlyn was holding Ellen forcefully enough to cause her to cry. Dustin said he grabbed the gun, chambered it, and while grabbing Ellen, pulled her back and shot. He said it was immediate. He said it was super fast. He said, right when I shot, it was just immediately I grabbed Ellen. Dustin said everything was so fast, it really was like finger snapping training. It was instant. He said it was like muscle memory. It was his training coming out. He said right when he shot, he grabbed Ellen, ran out of the house, put her in the car. He sat for a minute talking to Ellen. He said he was making sure that nothing had happened to her. He said he was checking to make sure she didn't have injuries. He said she did it. He loaded the car up, got the kids in the car. He was thinking at some point I'm going to turn myself in, but first he was going to spend some time with his kids, and he drove toward Concord. New Hampshire 627-4, paragraph 2 says, a person is justified in using unlawful, deadly force against another person under 4 separate circumstances. And the defense argues that 3 of those 4 are applicable here. When he reasonably believes that such person is B, likely to use any unlawful deadly force against a person present while committing or attempting to commit a burglary, C, is committing or about to commit a kidnapping, or D, is likely to use any unlawful force in the commission of a felony against the actor within the actor's dwelling. So here, paragraph B is met. Caitlyn used force against Ellen when she restrained Ellen in her arms while committing a burglary. She entered or remained unlawfully in the building or occupied structure. She did not leave Dustin's apartment when he asked her multiple times. And she did not leave because she had the purpose to commit a crime. She entered and remained, refusing to leave Dustin's home while attempting to commit a number of crimes the court could find. Kidnapping or 633-4 interference with custody. A person is guilty of a Class B felony if such person knowingly takes from the state or attempted interference with custody, attempts to take from the state or entices away from the state any child under the age of 18 or causes any such child to be taken from the state with the intent to detain or conceal such child from a parent. Caitlyn was threatening to do so. She was attempting to do so. She was refusing to leave the home or release Ellen. Or the purpose to commit false imprisonment, or the purpose to commit false report to law enforcement by telling the police that Dustin did not have permission to bring Ellen to Minnesota or to New Hampshire. Harassment, with the purpose to annoy or alarm another, communicates any matter containing or any threat to kidnap any person or to commit a violation of interference with custody. Stalking, purposely, knowingly, or recklessly engaged in a course of conduct targeted at a specific person, which would cause a reasonable person to fear for his personal safety or the safety of a member of that person's immediate family, and the person is actually placed in such fear. In the course of conduct would be restraining and yanking back Ellen. Theft by extortion. A person is guilty of theft as he obtains or she obtains or exercises control of the property of another by extortion, and with the purpose to deprive him thereof. As used in Section 2, extortion occurs when a person threatens to A, cause physical harm in the future to the person threatened, or to any other person, or to property at any time, or B, subject the person threatened, or any other person to physical confinement or restraint. Attempting to obtain Dustin's money, extortion would be confining Ellen. Theft by deception. A person commits theft if he obtains or exercises control over the property of another by deception with a purpose to deprive him thereof. Deception occurs when a person purposely creates or reinforces an impression which is false, in which that person does not believe to be true. Attempting to obtain Dustin's money, deception would be telling Berlin PD that he took Ellen without permission. So those are all under paragraph B, where she was committing a burglary. Paragraph C is also met, where the evidence shows she was committing or about to commit kidnapping. Dustin told the investigators when she said she was taking the kids back to Minnesota to take them away from him. Evidence shows that she was about to commit a kidnapping by her behavior and her words. And paragraph D is met, where here Caitlyn was using unlawful force against Ellen when she was restraining her in her arms, squeezing her while attempting to commit interference with custody in Dustin's home. So she was in his home, she was attempting to commit a felony level offense and using unlawful force. If the court disagrees with those above arguments, it can still consider the crimes of reckless conduct and endangering the welfare of a child. And the state has not provided sufficient evidence for a rational trier of fact to find guilt beyond a reasonable doubt with respect to either of those charges. Reckless conduct alleges that Mr. Duren recklessly engaged in conduct which placed another Ellen in danger of serious bodily injury by shooting Caitlyn while holding Ellen. 2 reasons the court must dismiss for insufficient evidence. 1, the facts don't show beyond a reasonable doubt that Dustin was holding Ellen while shooting Caitlyn. The only evidence the state presented is what Dustin told Sergeant McLaughlin and what Dustin said. Right when I shot, it was just immediately I grabbed Ellen. He grabbed the gun, chambered it, grabbed Ellen, pulled her back out of the way, and shot. The state alleges that this action was reckless, even though we have also heard from McLaughlin's interview of Dustin that he is an accomplished marksman, a Marine, that he's won awards for his proficient shooting, he knows how to use a gun. There was no evidence he was impaired, that he was using the gun recklessly around Ellen, that he pointed the gun at Ellen.
The state, in its opening, focused on the statement that his acts were deliberate. Dustin carefully aimed the firearm. He purposely pulled Ellen out of the way. He made sure that she was not at risk. He aimed the firearm away from her. We heard that the gun he used has many safety features and cannot accidentally discharge. In terms of the risk to Ellen, this is no different than if Dustin and a child were at a firing range and Dustin fired, not towards the child, but instead at a target. That would not be reckless. The presence of a child in the same general area that a gun that is fired is not without more, without evidence that the gun was aimed at or near her, rise to reckless conduct. And third, for the endangering welfare of a child complaint, Your Honor, the conduct or the evidence that the court's heard feels bad, but what the state alleges didn't happen, and what did happen is not a crime. In Ray NK, 169 New Hampshire 546 defines what endangering the welfare of a child means. A person is guilty of endangering the welfare of a child when he knowingly endangers the welfare of a child under 18 years of age by purposely violating a duty of care, protection, or support he owes to such a child. So the state's required to prove two things: that Dustin knowingly endangered the welfare of Ellen, and two, that he did so purposely by violating a duty of care owed to her. And so again, the evidence here is that Dustin grabbed Ellen from Caitlyn and moved her out of the way while simultaneously firing one bullet in Caitlyn's head. He said, "Right when I shot, it was just immediately I grabbed Ellen." He did not violate a duty of care. He acted out his duty to care, to save her from harm, to remove her from the situation. There is no evidence Ellen was endangered. Evidence is sufficient to prove endangerment if it establishes, and again, this is from NK, if it establishes that the offender engaged in behavior creating an actual and significant risk of injury to a child's welfare. The state didn't offer evidence of welfare beyond harm to the ear. So there was no evidence that there was any potential psychological harm or anything of that nature. There was no evidence that she was injured. She was complaining of her ear hurting. The doctor told us her pain was secondary to lateral noises. There was no evidence of perforated eardrum or trauma to the ear. There was no outward signs of trauma. Ellen appeared well-kept and well-nourished. That's what Dr. Robertson said. There was no evidence of the volume produced from the gunshot. We heard evidence of the amount of pressure it takes to pull a trigger, but no one testified how loud the gun was. And the state did not present evidence of how loud a Beretta 9mm pistol is when it's fired. And that's no different, Your Honor, I'd argue, that when you take a child to a musical festival with loud music without ear protection. And also, as we know from the evidence that Sergeant McLaughlin provided on direct and again on cross, is that Dustin said, "I can see where this is going of like, could it be that I'm endangering Ellen by what I did?" And I would very much say no. And then Sergeant McLaughlin responded, "Yeah, just to kind of tighten that up a little bit more, you're an expert marksman of some sort in competition. So it's fair to say you knew you were not endangering Ellen." And Dustin responds, "Yes, I was not endangering Ellen." And to follow up, Your Honor, again, they have to prove the mental states of both knowingly endangering the welfare of a child and purposely violating a duty of care. Thank you.
Okay, Director Spicer.
Thank you, Your Honor. They ask that the court deny the motion. In the light most favorable to the state, there has been sufficient evidence provided for a rational trial of facts to find each element of the offenses charged. I'll note for the court, as this court is aware, it's the defendant's burden at this stage of the proceedings. I don't believe that they have met that burden. Not shown that any of the charges should be dismissed. I will start with the murder charges.
State your name, please, and spell your last name for the record.
Brenda Plamondon, Plamondon.
Thank you.
Good morning, Ms. Plamondon. I just have a few questions for you. You live in New Hampshire?
Yes,
Okay. And you have 2 children?
3.
3 children. And Caitlyn Naffziger was your niece by marriage?
Yes,
Okay. And Ellen and Valen are her daughters?
yes,
They never lived with you though, correct?
no,
In early of 2024, Caitlyn reached out to you about coming to visit?
yes,
And she didn't give you much detail about her visit at that point, right?
yes.
So yes, she did not give you detail?
She did not give me much detail.
Okay, thank you. And in later February, she reached out again with information that she was going to come to New Hampshire?
Yes,
Okay. And you knew that she had a plane ticket to Boston, correct?
Yes,
And that she was bringing the baby Valen with her, correct?
yes,
But you didn't know where she was going to stay, right? Before she got to Boston?
yes, that's true.
Okay. Or if she needed to borrow a car, right?
Right, I had offered.
You had offered, but you weren't sure. She never responded yes or no, right?
True.
Okay. But Caitlyn and Valen did come to Boston in late February 2024, correct?
Yes,
And they stayed with you the first night they arrived
yes,
in Hampton?
yes,
Okay. And you and Caitlyn and Valen stayed the night in Hampton. Was anyone else there?
yes,
Is that Shannon
yes. And my husband, Mark?
and your husband, Mark? Shannon is your friend?
Yes,
So that night at your home was the first time you really got to talk to Caitlyn about her visit to New Hampshire, correct?
yes,
Okay. And that Caitlyn was there, her plan was to go up and get Elowen and go back with both kids to Minnesota, correct?
yes,
Okay. And so you and Shannon and Caitlyn talked about how that plan would play out, correct?
yes,
Okay. And you knew that Caitlyn had a return ticket to Minnesota, correct?
yes,
And you would offer to pay for Elowen's ticket back?
yes,
Okay. So the plan was that Caitlyn and Valen would go up to Dustin's in Berlin and study his habits, right?
I'm texting.
no. Sorry.
Approach that. So, Ms. London, the plan was for you, if you had not heard from Caitlyn on Saturday, you were going to go to Berlin and wait at a restaurant to leave with her and the kids, correct?
No,
You spoke to the police back in March of 2024 about this case, correct?
yes,
Okay, and that was a recorded phone call that you gave them?
yes,
And you agreed to be recorded?
yes,
And you told them everything that you knew at the time, correct?
yes,
And you didn't leave anything out?
to the best of my knowledge.
Okay. And you had a chance to look at the transcript of that recording, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And I'm going to show you page 7 of your transcript. Where you say line
assume-
9.
I assume it's being used to refresh your recollection.
I'm impeaching her, Your Honor.
Okay.
Your objection.
Pro-
What are they doing with these sidebars already today, y'all? Oh my God. This is like what? The third one since I've got on. But anyways, I just thought I'd stop quick for commentary. So it looks like the aunt maybe don't know nothing from the questions, or maybe she's not being completely honest. I'm having a hard time hearing it, so but we'll continue. I have to stop for fair use. Oh, I can't. Y'all, why am I trying to fast forward? I cannot. But I can talk until they come back, though. So I'm trying to make a folder because I want to do a Kata Scott live later, about the new developments in her case. But I'm trying to make a folder. You know, like how back in the day you could right click on your mouse and it would bring it down on the screen and it would say new folder at the bottom. Yeah, well, I guess new computers don't do that. I haven't had a laptop. I haven't had a computer in probably 20 years. So this is all new to me. Son literally just bought me this computer like 3 weeks ago. I don't even have a screensaver on it yet. So I still want to know how they got Caitlyn's aunt to testify. Wow. But I went into this little file thing and it said folder, so I named it Kata. And I'm just going to drop everything into there in hopes that when I go live, I can just go to that specific folder and open them as I'm using them. So we hope that that's how it happens. Yeah, I'm still sick today. I slept from the time I got off yesterday. I slept till about 2 o'clock this morning. I was tired. So do you think the state will finish today? I mean, the defense, do you think that they have a lot of witnesses? So I don't know how many witnesses the defense has. Probably not many. I mean, usually the defense don't have a whole lot of people going up to their defense, you know. So I'm going to try to put something together today for Kata because they got a lot of new developments that have come out. Some weird messages, like, wow. Oh, 5? They have 5 on the witness list, and this is number 1. Okay, I'll be quiet now.
When you,
Oh, but Dustin may testify. Okay.
you were able to review the
Thank you,
transcript
Kathy.
of your interview?
Yes.
Okay. And was it a fair, and does it look like this? Does the copy that you were given look like this?
What is this defense exhibit, what?
ID,
D.
D.
Thank you.
I don't know. It was an email.
Okay, well, why don't you take a look at that and let me know if that looks like item you reviewed.
Yes.
And is that a fair and accurate transcript of what you told the troopers in March of 2015, March 15, 2024?
Some of it was mislabeled of what Shannon said and what I said.
Okay. And so I also have clips. Were you able to listen to the video?
No.
Okay. So, Your Honor, can we approach?
Yes.
Yep, can't fast forward.
Okay, Ms. Clement, please review page 7, lines 7 to 18, and then I'll ask you questions again of ID, defendant's ID, Exhibit D.
Okay.
Nay. So, again, that, the plan was to go to Berlin and wait for Caitlyn and the girls to come meet you at a restaurant or somewhere and take them back to the airport.
No.
Okay, so can you tell us what the plan was?
That we were waiting for Caitlyn to call us and tell us how she needed a ride and that we would meet her wherever we needed to meet her. And if by Saturday we hadn't heard from her, that we were just going to go to Berlin and wait to hear from her so that we would be closer and ready.
And the plan was to get them back to Minnesota, all three, Caitlyn, Valen, and Elowen, as quickly as possible.
Yes.
The next day, after that plan was discussed, you offered to drive Caitlyn and Valen up to meet Dustin, correct?
Kind of.
Okay. Did you drive her up to Ossipee?
Yes.
Okay. And you drove with Shannon, Caitlyn, and Valen, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you drove Caitlyn and Valen to the designated meeting place, which was a restaurant in Ospey, correct?
Yes,
Okay. And Caitlyn brought a suitcase with her, correct?
yes,
She had a bag of like wet laundry because there was an issue with the dryer.
yes,
Okay. But she did leave behind other things, right? Like her backpack,
yes,
kids' birth certificates.
yes.
Would you like a break?
Okay.
Okay. I only have a few more questions. You didn't see Dustin or Ellen when you dropped Caitlyn Valen off, right?
No,
And after you dropped them off, you called Caitlyn's mom to tell her what the plan was, right?
no,
Okay, you called folks, though, to talk to them?
yes,
Okay. Those folks being her mom
yes,
and her dad, Rob?
yes.
Okay. I don't have any more questions, thank you.
Horse indulgence. You're welcome, sir. Okay,
Yep,
there's some water there. Do you have some?
yep.
Okay. Do you need to take a minute?
Nope, I'm okay.
Okay. Ms. Plumondon, you live in Hampton, New Hampshire, correct?
Yes.
How long of a drive did you have to come to court?
I don't know, like 2.5 hours, I think?
Are you familiar with this part of the state?
No, I'm not.
Had you ever been to Berlin, New Hampshire before?
No,
Have you still to this day been to Berlin, New Hampshire?
I have not.
Now, Caitlyn Naffziger, she flew from Minnesota to Boston on February 27th of 2024, right?
Yes,
And then she took a bus to New Hampshire?
yes,
And then you and/or Shannon picked her up from the bus stop?
yes,
She and Valen, her youngest child, they spent one night with you in Hampton, correct?
yes.
Can you tell us during that time, did you have a chance to observe Caitlyn and Valen together?
Yes.
Without telling us what anyone said, what were your observations of their relationship?
What a good mom she was, and how relaxed the relationship was, and just how happy she was. Both of them.
Had Caitlyn ever come to see you in New Hampshire before?
Yes,
How many times?
at least 3, maybe more.
How long had it been since the last time she'd been here?
We have a holiday called Thanksmas, and she...
Thanksmas?
Yes, and we do everything that we've always done, Christmas to Thanksgiving in 1 week, and all the family gets together. And so she was there for that, as was her mom and husband and other family members.
Her mom's husband?
Yeah, her mom Lori and,
Okay. Just making sure I know
yep,
who you're
yep,
talking about.
and Lori's husband Tim and my kids, and
Had Caitlyn ever been to Berlin, New Hampshire?
no,
Not before February of 2024?
no,
Did she have any friends in New Hampshire?
no,
Were you her only relative in New Hampshire?
yes,
Besides her husband as well, right?
yes, yes,
And your kids?
yep,
And you and I don't mean this to sound improper, but you're related to Caitlyn by marriage, correct?
Yes.
Now, on February 28th, so the very next day, I mean, Caitlyn was in your house for, when did she get there on the 27th? In the morning? Or was it nighttime?
It was evening, and I was working and coming from Boston, so I didn't see her until like 5 p.m.
Okay. So at some point, sounds like less than about, I don't know, less than a day later, you drove Caitlyn to that restaurant in Ossipee, New Hampshire, correct?
Yes.
A place called Harley Jack's?
Yes.
Does it take, fair to say it took you over an hour to get there?
Yes.
Had you ever heard of it before?
No.
Ever been there?
No.
When you got to Ossipee at Harley Jack's restaurant, Caitlyn got out of the car?
Yes.
She took Valen out of the car?
Yes.
Was Valen in a car seat?
Yes, it was like a car seat that fits into the stroller.
One of those like dual, like
Right.
pop it in and out things.
Right, but
Okay.
she left the stroller portion at my house.
Okay. You didn't go inside the restaurant, right?
No.
When Caitlyn got out of your car and took Valen, without telling us what she said or did what she said, how was she behaving?
I mean, it was quite a sad sight, and Shannon and I both cried. You know, she's such a small person, and she had this big, enormous suitcase, and you know, she had the baby in the car seat, and she was just like lugging it. I felt awful for leaving her there.
But you did leave.
Yes, she specifically asked that we not come in because
Objection.
So you left.
yes,
Okay. You didn't see the defendant at Harley Jack's?
no,
And just so we're clear, do you know the defendant?
yes.
How do you know him?
We have FaceTimed many times, and I, know him as the father of Phelan and Elowen, and
Okay.
because of Caitlyn's relationship with him.
You didn't talk to the defendant when when Caitlyn was in New Hampshire, correct?
No,
You didn't talk to him in Ossipee in the parking lot?
no,
You didn't talk to him over the phone after you left Caitlyn in the parking lot?
I don't even have his contact information.
Okay. He didn't speak to you?
No,
Did you leave before Caitlyn went in, or did you watch her go in?
we left we parked far away in the parking lot and left as she was walking through the parking lot.
Okay. So you didn't wait in the parking lot until they finished lunch and left the restaurant, did you?
No, I had no
Yes.
contact after she got out of the car.
And when you left the parking lot at Harley Jack's, where'd you go?
Home,
Okay, so you drove the hour back to Hampton?
yes.
You didn't follow them back to Berlin?
No, I was working, and it was 5 o'clock, so Shannon had driven up there, but now I was done working, and I shut my laptop, and I'm like, oh, I can drive home. And she's like, great, because I don't see well at night, so,
So you wanted to get home?
yeah,
You'd agree that your home is at least 2.5 hours away from Berlin?
yes.
Now, what defense has asked you about in terms of this plan is that you were the plan was for you to go up and sit at a restaurant on Saturday, correct?
If we hadn't heard from her at that point.
Okay. Did there ever come a time that you heard from Caitlyn?
No,
When you dropped her off in the restaurant parking lot, was that the last time you saw her?
yes,
As part of the plan, did you choose a safe word?
yes,
What was the safe word?
that,
Your Honor, can we approach?
got this code word, you were gonna drive 2.5 hours? Is that fair to say?
And call 911.
Was part of this plan to tell the defendant about it? Would that have made sense to you?
About the
tell
code
him?
word?
Nope, to tell him about the plan in general.
No.
Was Caitlyn gonna tell him about it?
No.
Was your plan designed to hurt Elowen?
No.
Was your plan designed to harm either child?
No.
Was any part of the plan to seek money?
No.
Was there any part of the plan that had Caitlyn telling the defendant that she was gonna call the police to take custody of the children?
No.
Was there any part of this plan that required Caitlyn to tell the defendant that she was gonna take the children back to Minnesota?
No.
Did Caitlyn have a car with her?
Nope.
Did she have a rental car reservation anywhere?
No.
Did she have a bus ticket?
No.
Was Caitlyn familiar in any way with the area in Berlin, New Hampshire?
No.
And the plan was that she would have the 2 children with her, correct?
Yes.
Caitlyn never texted you to say that she got into the restaurant okay?
No.
She never texted you to say the defendant was there?
No. She specifically said she couldn't text because he would control her phone.
She didn't call you to say that they were leaving the restaurant?
No.
Did she send you any?
Answer relative to controlling the phone, and I instruct you to give it no weight whatsoever.
She didn't call you to say that they left the restaurant, correct?
No, she did not.
Did she send you any photographs of her with the 2 children at his apartment?
No.
Did she text you at any time and say, "Help, please come"?
No.
Did she ever text you a code word?
No.
Did there ever come a time that you heard from Caitlyn after you dropped her in that parking lot in Ossipee?
Nope.
Was that part of the plan?
No.
I have no other questions.
Ms. Pullen, and part of the plan was for Caitlyn to take both children while Dustin was asleep, correct?
No.
That, you didn't discuss how he plays video games and stays up all night?
Objection, you're not outside the scope.
Approach, Your Honor.
Yep. Okay, members of the jury, the last question and answer I am striking from the record, and I am indicating that you should give it no weight whatsoever as part of your overall considerations, and you may rephrase.
Thank you. Ms. Clemente, is it fair to say that the plan was for Caitlyn to get the girls from the apartment and leave without Dustin knowing?
Yes.
Thank you. No more questions.
Court's involved.
Sure.
Ms. Clemente? You've just testified that the plan was for Caitlyn to leave with the two girls, correct?
Yes.
Without the defendant knowing.
Yes.
Caitlyn did not have a car,
Right.
did not have a bus ticket,
Right.
did not know the area.
Right.
You were 2.5 hours away.
Yes.
She didn't know anyone else in the state.
No.
It was February in Berlin, New Hampshire.
Yes.
Fair to say the temperatures range between -2 and 32.
Yes.
Fair to say that it was snowing that week.
This is beyond the scope.
Overruled.
I don't recall.
Okay. I have no further questions.
Okay, counsel approach, please. Thank you. Yes. Yes. Okay, members of the jury, we are going to take an early lunch break today. Okay, we will take the noon hour a bit early. And so we will break now. We are going to reconvene at 12:45. We'll expect you folks back at 12:45. I will meet with the lawyers before that, but I would ask that you be ready to go at 12:45. It is currently 11:30. Again, consistent with all of my instructions, do not discuss the case amongst yourselves or with anyone else. Conduct no research as to any matter. Don't transmit any matter through your own social media. And if you see someone in Lancaster, please don't talk to them. But other than that, thank you for following my instructions, and we'll reconvene again at 12:45. Thank you.
All right.
All right, well, now they're on lunch. So were they deciding? I really couldn't hear it because I had to make a really, really important phone call.
Then the lawyers, I'll just confirm that what I've indicated is we will reconvene court at 12:30. I know that.
Wait,
Sufficient? Okay, all right, thank you. Court will be in recess.
what happened?
Okay, members of the jury, we are.
Well, now what do we do? So we have a whole hour, y'all. So I'll let you decide. You want to do the Kata Scott stuff now? Or do you want to watch parole hearings? Which one? Okay, well, it's 10:30. At 10:30, 11. It's only 11:30 there. It's only 11:30 there. So it's still a whole hour. Geez, why do they get such a long lunch? All right, we're going to go to parole hearings because I want to do the Kata Scott on its own. Yeah, we're going to do parole hearings.
Be good to come
good. I
home
wanted to finish.
and finish our time here and just get back into society and get back to work and do her schooling and just grow from here on out and to never do what she has done again.
Okay. All right, well, let's hear from Brenda, the grandmother. Miss Jones,
Yes, sir.
would you talk to us and tell us what you've got to say on your mind?
I think Caitlyn is one of the best granddaughters that I've got. I've got 3 of them. And she has never given anybody any troubles before she ever went in there. And before all of this took place with Caitlyn, she lived with me and she's been around me her whole life. She has stayed with me many a day and night. I've taken care of her and she's never done anything like this before. I think she just got with the wrong crowd of people. And when you get with the wrong crowd of people, they can have a lot of influence. on the life that you choose. And I pray that she'll choose a better life for herself, Lord, and get in with better people, find her a job, and take care of herself, and think about her schooling. She's in the school, and she wants to finish an education to get a better job for herself than working in restaurants and things like that. I think I know I'm her grandmother and I'm prejudiced to her, but I think she's a wonderful person. And I look forward to her coming home and being with me, because she will, as far as I know, she will stay with me again. And I enjoy her being with me and being around me. And I love her with all my heart. I hate that things happen like they have happened. And I know that she's learned from being there and everything that the where she went wrong. And I pray that she'll learn better whenever she gets out. She'll find her a good job and get it and take care of her the rest of her life.
All right, thank you. You're a good mother and grandmother, and we appreciate y'all's support and appearing and testifying on Zoom for us. Okay, we'll move into the opposition now. First, we'll hear from the Miss Layla Jones, the victim's mother. And first, we'll do. Excuse me, did I? I'm sorry. We want to do Miss Pam Esters first. Ms. Pam Esters.
Yes, sir. I'm Pam Naffziger. I want to thank y'all for meeting with us this evening. Giving us this opportunity to speak.
Okay, could you speak as loud as you can?
I can try. I am Emery's maternal grandmother. Okay, I am the reporter in this case. Emery told me what happened and before we what happened. Emery, and what my role in this was, and the role that I took on with this situation in this case with Emery, is to ensure that Emery got all the therapy and the treatment that she could get the very best. And I have ensured that that's happened for the past 5 years. Emery has been in treatment for 5 years, and she's continued to be in treatment to get the help she needs. I do not agree that someone can be rehabilitated in a short period of time, as that my granddaughter is still having to go through therapy and will be in therapy for no telling how long, for what has happened to her. I don't think that the environment that my granddaughter, that she is rehabilitating back to is what she's saying. That's where what happened to my granddaughter happened with the same people, right? And I don't see that that's conducive to rehabilitation either. I have many concerns about her being released early. One of which is that my granddaughter, and she and I have spoken about this, needs at least 6 months to work with her therapist intensely to be able to transition to her being released. Because this is a very traumatic experience that went on with my granddaughter. And so releasing her within a short notice is going to be detrimental to everything granddaughter has worked hard to get past. And she is doing, Emery has come such a long way. We went from where this child was 2 years in her womb. We could only drag her out to get her to therapy, to see a therapist, because we knew she had to. But for 2 years, she would not around the line. And she has blossomed into a young lady. Her childhood was taken. Her innocence was taken. I don't want her teenage years and her senior year of high school, or she doesn't go to high school, she homeschools. Her senior year to be ruined by, she's already been set back by this, by getting this information and this having to come and go through this whole process, because we thought we had another year. And she thought she was gonna get to finish high school and, have some sort of normalcy before she had to face this again. But here we stand.
Okay.
And, I do beg of y'all to please take all of that into consideration of what Emily has been through and, what it will do to affect her if she is able to get an early release.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. You're a good grandmother and you did many things above and beyond, so I'm sure that's appreciated. Thank you. Okay, we'll move on now to Miss Layla Jones.
Good morning. I'm Layla Jones. God bless me with being a survivor in this case, Emily Jones's mother. I'm here today to ask that you, the board, deny Caitlyn Naffziger early release. Emily at 11 years old trusted Caitlyn enough to tell her that she had been being molested by Caitlyn's brother Andrew. Emily went to her for help. Sadly, instead of helping Emily, Caitlyn told Emily all cousins do that and began victimizing Emily herself. Emily has suffered enough at the hands of Caitlyn and Andrew for 2 lifetimes. Emily has lived through 2 suicide attempts, self-harm in the form of cutting, being too afraid to leave her room as she truly believed all the world to be evil, hospitalization in a mental health facility, severe anxiety and depression, night terrors, nightmares, severe PTSD, flashbacks, having to take multiple medications a day, and living with severe panic attacks. Emily has gained over 100 pounds from binge eating since coming forward, which compounds the problem with high blood pressure developed during the abuse. Emily has a psychiatrist, psychologist, and an EMDR therapist. EMDR is used to treat severe PTSD in soldiers who have been overseas in combat. Emily has never tied up her boots on foreign soil, but she is no stranger to war. Because through it all, Emily has fought her way back. I made a promise 5 years ago to Emily that Caitlyn would be in prison until Emily had a chance to grow up at least. Emily will be 18 in April, graduate in May, and begin college soon after. I beg you of the board to let my baby grow up and have a normal high school experience in senior year. She's already lost so much. Please don't diminish the fight for Emily's life that she did to survive by releasing Caitlyn early. Caitlyn taught me that true evil isn't the monster hiding in the closet. It is the normal-looking, innocent acting girl sitting in a church pew. Please do not be as fooled as I was. You might have to live with the regret I live with every day for trusting her and her brother Andrew. I beg of you, don't release her early. Let Emily live the life she fought so hard for. Thank you for your time.
Yes, ma'am. Sorry for the pain you're going through. You're very supportive and great mother there. We appreciate that. Now we're going to, I've got a motion. I'd like a motion to go into executive session, hear more testimony for a brief period of time. Could I have that motion?
Move it, go into executive session.
Prayer.
Yes.
Shelley.
Yes.
Ledoux.
Yes.
Okay, we'll be in executive session just a few minutes, and then we will come back out and begin our questioning, and then make our decision and take our vote. So we're signing off at 9:32 in the morning for just a few minutes for executive session testimony.
Motion that we move back into session.
Okay, we have a motion to move back into, regular session from executive session. Ms. Ledoux?
I'll second.
Okay, got a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Okay, we're back in regular session. It's 9:36 in the morning, and so we've heard some testimony, and we appreciate that. So it's now what happens, Ms. Marino, is I will ask some questions of you, and then my co-workers up here will ask some questions of you, co-board members, and then we will take a vote, see if you're going to get out early or not. But my first question is, Ms. Marino, you kind of glossed over something. What did you do?
I came across on her internet browser. I was playing games on her cell phone while she was playing games on mine. Just typical cousin hangout. As I came across her phone, she had pornography on her phone. And she looked at me and I said, you know, you're not supposed to have this on your phone, right? And she's like, well, I don't want you to tell my mom and dad. I'll get in trouble. And I told her, I said, well, I'm just glad you didn't go to somebody else, because somebody else could have hurt you. And I made a mistake, and I told her. She asked me to buy her a sex toy, and I agreed to it. And then backtracking, a couple weeks later, right before I got arrested, I told her I can't do that. That was wrong. That I had to change her heart. And she said that she trusted me to tell me about her needs and how that she is experimenting. And I told her, I said, you don't need to be doing that. You're only 11. But then I guess I remembered that being that age, everybody gets curious at some point in life. She said, well, I have questions. And I said, okay. She said, I'm curious to see what these people are trying to do in these videos. And I said, what videos? And she pulled it up on her cell phone and showed it to me. And I told her how wrong it was. And I told her, I said, I need to speak to your mom when you go home. And my grandmother took her home in the middle of the night. And the next day I was trying to get a hold of them, ask them if I come speak with them about the situation. And nobody would message me back, so I left it alone. And then about a week later, they came out and had a family discussion talking about how I had been teaching her about sexual pleasure and gratification and everything else. And it's not, I was answering her questions, because in my mindset, I was like, okay, you came to a cousin. You asked a family member instead of going to a stranger or looking towards people on the internet. And I know it was wrong. And I wish I could take it back. I wish I could change it, but I can't. And all I can do is ask for forgiveness. And hope that they can forgive me. And the entire time I thought I was protecting her when I should have just protected her from me. And I can't change that. And I'm sorry. I really am sorry.
Were you aware of anything that anyone else had done to her that was wrong?
No, sir, I didn't know nothing. I only knew about this operation.
Okay. All right. Yeah. All right, well, you're not on trial right now, so I'm just hearing what you got to say on your side, and I'll decide for myself whether I believe it or not, okay? That's really all the questions that I have. Ms. Ledoux, do you have any questions?
No, sir.
Okay, Mr. Tillis, you got any questions? Okay, that's the question. Nobody else gonna ask you any questions. It's time to vote. My vote is that you be denied this request. Mr. Tibbs?
I would also wish to concur with you. I voted deny.
And my reason, I should have given a reason. The reason because it's such a heinous crime, because of the victim opposition, and because you're gonna be getting out regardless, gonna be getting out fairly soon anyway. So, that's my reasoning behind it. And do you still agree with that, Mr. Tillett?
Yes, I concur.
Okay, Ms. Ledoux?
My vote is to deny parole based on a static 99 of 3 and law enforcement opposition and taking advantage from a position of authority or respect.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Marino, as of 9:42 this morning, your parole request has been denied. Thank you.
That sucks. I was hoping she was gonna, well, you know, what she did was way wrong. But I had to go get a pop. Can you hear it? I drink Diet Pepsi. But on to the next one. I can zoom through these. I think that was her. Maybe. I don't know. I don't know how to read these.
Chuck Tillis and myself, Steve Frater, that'll be conducting this parole request. And we're at the Louisiana Correctional, or you are at the Louisiana Correctional Institute, not us, we're in Baton Rouge. And so your name is number.
597280.
Okay, and Warden, we appreciate it. We've heard the introductions from you all down there, and thank you for holding us. And I'll ask you in just a minute to tell us what kind of person Ms. Poole has been since you've known her. But Trina, tell us what you've done, and tell you what, let's turn it over to Chuck Tillis, who is going to be handling this case. Mr. Tillis,
Good morning, Ms. Poole. How are you?
I'm fine, how are you, sir?
Good. Tell us why you're incarcerated and what have you done since you've been there? How did you get incarcerated?
I was a drug dealer. I made some bad choices, and I've definitely learned my lesson. I'm a different person today, definitely a different person today. I found Christianity, I found Jesus. I'm a totally different person than I used to be. I've changed so much. I surprise myself and how much I've changed and how much I want to do when I get out with helping other people that's been through what I've been through, and helping show people that, God can do it for me. They can, He'll do it for them too. And not just with Jesus, but in general, you can find a way to get through these kinds of things and get past it. I was more addicted, I think, to selling drugs than it was actually doing them. I've been a convicted felon for a while. It was hard to get a job being a convicted felon, and it was just the money was easier selling drugs and taking care of my kids. And I chose the wrong route, and I've paid for it. And in a way, I'm thankful that I ended up where I ended up. It was God's way of showing me I needed to sit down. Something bad was going to happen if I hadn't, got incarcerated and got in the trouble that I got myself into and come to prison. I believe it was God's way of saving my life, because I would have ended up getting hurt. Somebody was eventually going to hit me in the head, take my drugs and nothing good was going to come from it. And I believe God saved my life by putting me here.
I see. Warden, what can you tell us about her since she's been there with you?
So, Ms. Poole actually just transferred last week, so we've not had a lot of time with her. I know she has completed living in balance at a previous facility that she was incarcerated at. I don't believe from the records we had that she had had any disciplinary issues where she was, and we have not had any issues with her since she's been here with us. But I don't have too much to add just because we've only known her for about a week.
Okay, are there some courses there you can help her with?
Yeah, we could backlog her, yes, sir, for a few other things. We also offer living in balance, so we would not obviously go down that road, but there are a few other classes that we could backlog her for.
Okay. Ms. Poole, what classes have you taken since you've been incarcerated?
I've taken living in balance, and that's all I was given.
What did you learn there?
I learned a lot about drugs, about being
in the morning. The date is October the 21st, 2025. We're the Committee on Parole. We're in Baton Rouge, Louisiana. To my left is Chuck Tillis. On Zoom is Jerry Ledoux, and my name is Steve Prater. We're here to hear the revocation case against Mr. Derek James, and who is at Lafourche Correctional right now. And is anybody, I see the staff, but would you introduce yourself, please?
Deputy Jennifer Exnicious.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Mr. Derek James, what is your DOC number?
443071.
Okay, and you're here for a revocation hearing, and the case is assigned to me. You've got two violations of two rules since you've been on parole that you're accused of violating. One is number 4, rule number 4, violation number 4. It's a you were charged with domestic abuse battery. I realize you pled to disturbing the peace, but that's still against the law. And rule number 4 says you won't violate any laws. This occurred on May of 2025, and you've been in jail since then. Tell me about that. Are you guilty of that or not?
No, sir. I had turned myself in. I had turned myself in to take care of the charges, to get the charges out the way, but they ended up driving the charges to disturbing the peace. They asked me if it was going to violate my parole. At the time, I told them I didn't know, because that was happening. When I signed the paper, my parole officer only told me that if I beat the charges, they was going to give me a reprimand.
Okay, but you didn't take the charges. You pled guilty to disturbing the peace, correct?
Yes, sir. That's what made the judge asked me, would that violate my parole? But I didn't know at the time. So, I mean, that's why I took the disturbing the peace. But if I had known it was going to violate my parole, I would have never pled to it.
Okay. Let me ask you a couple questions. Did you knock this woman to the ground and hit her on the left side of her head?
No, sir. She slipped, running behind me, trying to get in my truck to leave the scene.
Okay, so she just slipped.
Yes, sir. She ended up getting in a fight the night before at the club. It was me and my little girl was at home. She left. One of her friends called her to go to the club to go get in trouble. Like she did. When she came back home, she was already.
We got the pictures, okay? Yeah. They took pictures of it, and I've seen the pictures, as has my co-panel members here. We've all seen the pictures, and she got both in the head, So I just wonder what happened. And so you're saying nothing to do with you.
Yeah, she got that at the club. That's why me and her ended up getting into it, because I told her that what made me end up leaving, because I told her, damn, like, what if you would've went out there and got hurt or killed or something, you know what I'm saying? Man, my daughter would have never knew nothing that happened to you. You know, you let somebody call you out your comfort zone, out your house, to go to the club with them and go get in trouble. You know what I'm saying? So me and her ended up getting into it. So I told her I'm leaving. So I ended up going to my sister's house. I ended up leaving and going to my sister's house. So when she ran out the house behind me, she slipped and fell and, you know, messed her legs up and stuff. I ain't never put my hands on her.
Okay. Did the deputies talk to you on the telephone and you refused to meet with them?
No, sir. I never talked to no deputies. When they I talked to my parole officer. I was working. I'm seeing my parole officer every day. When he told me, I told him I was coming to turn myself in. I said, I'm gonna go turn myself in to get the charges over with, to, you know, to face reality. You know, I mean, I wasn't hiding from nobody and nothing. I was at work. I was working.
Next question. You said you were going to turn yourself in. What were you going to turn yourself in for?
Because they had put a warrant out for me for the charges.
Your girlfriend filed charges or called the police on you? Because
Yeah.
Oh, so she called and filed charges on you?
Yes, sir.
Because you hit her or because she fell or what?
No, she called and filed charges on me because, you know what I'm saying, she was trying to be dirty. You know, I mean, I ain't had no knowledge of her going to the club and getting beat up. You know, I was aggravated behind the situation. You know, because you left us in the house. So what if you wouldn't have came home? I'm stuck at home with my daughter, waiting to go to work the next day. You know, I ended up leaving and going to my sister's house. So I started staying with my sister. They had put the warrant out. I was out of jail for like 2-3 weeks before I turned myself in. So my parole officer, I'm in contact with my parole officer. So I tell him, you know, I'm going to get things established with my job. And I'm going to come turn myself in. Okay. So I did that. So okay.
You saying the same thing over and over. You too, Mr. Tillis?
Yeah, I'm through.
Okay, it's, even the dispatcher heard the fight that was going on. It says in the report, it also says after leaving the scene, deputies were contacted by Mr. James. Mr. James admitted to an altercation and advised he would turn himself in on Monday. It was requested that Mr. James meet with deputies, but Mr. James refused.
No, sir, that's not what happened.
Okay, yeah, that's definitely lying in the report then, I reckon.
Yeah, because I told him I was going to turn myself in. I told him I was going to come in and talk to them. You know, after I had got things situated with my job, I was in contact with my parole officer. I never was running from nobody.
Okay, you're not guilty of number 4 is what your statement is. What about number 10 where you owe $571? Do you owe $571?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so you're guilty of that?
Yes, sir.
Okay, Ms. Ledoux, would you like to ask some questions?
Mr. James, as a 7th felony offender, how many times have you been on probation or parole?
I've been on parole since 2001, ma'am.
How many times have you been on parole?
It's like my 4th time.
And have you ever satisfactorily completed any of your parole terms?
Yes, ma'am.
You did?
Once or twice.
Okay. I had I'm trying to follow your narrative. I see pictures of someone with fresh blood on them taken by the police officer that you indicate she received these injuries at a club the night before. Your story's not lining up, okay, with the evidence.
No, I'm saying when she ran out the house.
Okay. Yes, she ran out of the house, but then she got those at the club. There's too many gaps in the story. So I just want you to know, that I have concerns about the story I'm hearing, but that's all I have to say. Thank you, Mr. Prater.
Yes, ma'am, thank you. I think that's all the questions that we have. It's time to vote. Mr. James, my vote is first, and I vote that your parole be revoked. Mr. Thomas?
I concur. My vote is to revoke also.
Yes, ma'am. Ms. Ledoux?
My vote is to revoke based on the preponderance of evidence that he violated his parole.
Okay, violations of rules number 4 and 10, just for the record.
He's going
Number
back.
1020 this morning, your parole has been violated, been revoked.
Go
Thank you,
back.
Linda, here.
Why don't people understand this? They're so freaking hard-headed. Okay, so it is 11:06. The time the jury or the court will be back at 12:30. Their time. They're an hour ahead of me, so it's 12:07. So we'll try to fit in another one real quick. Okay.
Okay, the time is 10:24 in the morning. Today's date is October the 21st of 2025. My name is Steve Prater. To my left is Chuck Tillis, and on Zoom is the third board member, Ms. Jerry Ledoux. We're going to be talking to Jermaine Armstead, who is here for a revocation hearings from the Orleans.
Okay, here we go. Oh, she putting on her makeup. Okay, I'm gonna mute.
Okay, good morning. The time is 11:22. We're in Baton Rouge at the Department of Corrections headquarters. My name is Steve Prater. To my left is Chuck Tillis. On Zoom is the third board member from this morning, or committee member, Ms. Jerry Ledoux. We're here at the, like I say, at Department of Corrections headquarters. We're talking to Louisiana Transitional Center for Women, I believe, is where we are now. And Wendy Lingeny, say your name. Lingeny, okay.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, Wendy, we'll leave it at Wendy, okay? What is your, first off, what is your DLC number?
462684.
Okay, thank you, and I'd like the staff there, and we appreciate you hosting this. Who all is in the room?
Latanya Chase, facilitator. April Cootie, program director.
Okay, all right.
Mr. Prater. Wendy wanted me to let you know before we got started. She's had a stroke before she came to jail. She's had a mini stroke since she's been here. So her speech is a little difficult. Right. So it's a little slurred. So that's why.
Okay, well, I appreciate you. Thank you for telling us that. We'll take that into consideration.
Okay.
And our case today is being held by Miss Jerry Ledoux. And Ms. Ledoux, I'll turn it immediately over to you and let you handle it from here.
Ms. Lingoni, could you tell the panel why you are currently incarcerated and why we should consider an early release today?
I'm incarcerated for drugs, both. I believe it should be granted parole because I'm a changed woman. Now I can go into the world and be a productive citizen of society. During these 7 years, I have focused and worked on myself for the better. I'm 7 years report-free and 7 years clean and sober. I'm thankful to God for another chance at life. I'm a committed and devoted mother and grandmother to my family who need me and love me. I'm very proud of myself today, and I love Wendy again.
Right. So you have served 7 of a 12-year sentence, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. We do have some people who would like to speak on your behalf. I do have some questions. I'll go ahead and let them speak, and then I have some questions to ask. So if Janelle Langoni wants to speak first.
Good afternoon. My name is Janelle Langoni, and I am the daughter of Wendy Langoni. Over the past several years, I've witnessed a remarkable transformation in my mother. She has taken full accountability for her past and used her time to truly rebuild herself from the inside out. She's attended many classes, she's become a mentor to other women, and most importantly, strengthened her faith. She does daily devotionals and has found peace and purpose in sobriety. Her mental health has improved tremendously, and our relationship has grown closer than ever. I know that this experience, while painful, was also a blessing in disguise. It saved her from addiction and gave her the chance to heal. She is a walking testimony that no matter your past, redemption and change are possible. If my mother is granted parole, she will have more support than ever before. Her children and grandchildren need her home, and we are ready to provide a stable, loving environment for her, especially my sister Jennifer, who she'll be living with. She's much older now with a new sense of gratitude for life and for family, and I truly believe she deserves a chance to live out this next chapter surrounded by the people who love her the most. I'll be graduating from nursing school this December, and it is my greatest hope that my mom can be there to share that moment with me, not just as my mother, but as a woman who overcame so much and inspired me to keep going no matter how hard life gets. Thank you for taking this time to listen and for considering my mother's release.
Thank you. Jennifer, if you'd like to make your statement.
Yes, I'm Jennifer, her oldest daughter. Just start off saying my mother's always been a loving and supportive mother to us on her own. She took care of us. She's always been non-confrontational, non-violent. She has a past, and she's been sober for the past several years, and I've seen incredible strength and growth and even knowledge and wisdom through her time in there. My sister, daughter, and I are committed to supporting her in every way. I know my mom is ready to come home a changed woman and will make the most of the time she does have with us. Her age and her health do worry me. She's had a rough past and knows her sobriety is number one. She is coming home to all positive influences. As we lost my stepfather, he passed away. And although that was a sad time, him battling cancer, I know my mom will be in a safe and stress-free environment and has her girls by her side as sober people living righteous lives. My sister is graduating as an RN in December. I have a great career with Humana. My fiance works as a manager for FedEx. We plan to support her fully and show her a good life. We are also Christians, living a godly life. We serve at the Church of the King every other weekend and are involved in the community and volunteering. I know my mother will be able to help others and give her testimony, and I plan to introduce her to the recovery leader at my church. My mom's past was bad, painful memories, traumatizing. She was rescued and saved at a time that was needed. But I know she'll never go back to that life again. And I respectfully ask that you give her the chance to come home, continue the new chapter of her life with her family, her new grandbaby, my daughter who was 2, she never met. And we want to fully support her.
Thank you. I appreciate both of your support of your mom. Wendy, you're a 4th felony offender, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. How long totally have you spent in prison? 7 years this time, but how long before?
Oh, a year and 9 months.
Okay, so this is the longest you've been in. So you were a user as well as a dealer?
Yes, ma'am. Mostly addict.
Mostly an addict, okay.
Yeah.
So, I'm sorry, Program Director, I failed to get your name. I'd like to know, how long has she been at your facility?
She's been with us since 2019.
Okay. helping women recover, is this an approved DOC substance abuse?
Yes, ma'am.
And how many phases are in that program?
She took the short one, yeah. She took the short program. It was I think it was a 90-day program then.
Pre-release. Has she taken pre-release? Okay, that is required for release. Ms. Lindoni, you're very fortunate to have not ruined all of the relationships from your past and have people willing to support you. However, I'm real concerned about these programs. I do not believe that a 90-day program, even though you've been in for 7 years, provides the necessary tools for you to re-enter. There are some stronger programs, I think, that are available, and I'm sure they're available at that facility. With that being said, I will provide some time for my colleagues to ask any questions they may have.
Okay. Mr. Tullis?
What did you learn out of the 90-day course that you took? What did you get out of it?
I learned a lot about drugs. I learned that I admitted to myself that I was, I knew I was, I'm going to say God. I was powerless over my addiction and my person behavior. My life was unmanageable. I can't believe the power within myself could result in insanity. I made a decision to turn my will and life over to the power of God. And I felt like the last time I was arrested, I was rescued from mess up again. I was ready to say goodbye to my past and move forward, staying positive and mindful in my everyday living.
How many times have you been on parole?
One other time.
And you didn't have any problems after that?
No, sir, no problem. I finished great.
I saw that. Okay, I have no questions.
Okay.
Okay, I don't have any questions. Mr. Duke, would you vote for us? I think that is what it's time for.
I'd like to ask the program director another question, please. Ma'am, how long is Living in Balance? How long does it take to complete that program?
18 weeks.
18 weeks? Okay.
Each phase is 9 weeks.
Okay. So, based on the fact that there is a need to complete some additional programming, my vote today would be a conditional grant that Ms. Lingoni must complete a pre-release program as well as Living in Balance, both phases 1 and 2, prior to release that satisfies the law requirement for release. Ms. Lingoni, conditions of parole, I'm going to require that you either attend a Celebrate Recovery or an AANA meeting at least once a week for at least 6 months. I know that sounds like a lot, but I think that's what you need to do. And have elevated drug screens.
Okay.
That is my vote. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate that, Mr.
Yeah, I also concur with Mr. Duren. I think you need some more programming, and I'm glad you're on the right road and you have a good support group with your family, and I hope you do this time so that you can be with your family.
Thank you.
Okay, my vote is the same, and I concur with Ms. Ledoux on the conditions and the granting of your parole. So as of this morning at 11:34, providing you complete all the conditions that are required, your parole has been granted.
Thank you. Thank you.
And we'll be signing off for today. I believe that's all we have at the there at the Louisiana Transitional Center for Women and all for today. So 11:34, we're out.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, do you
Wow, that was quick. They're out. He says they're out. All right, so we got about 10 more minutes before court comes back. I'm not sure what to put on. Oh, I wasn't on YouTube. Jeez. Aha, found it. Oops. Oh, this was yesterday. There's more. I should be back any minute. My nose won't stop running. So what does everyone think? Do you think Dustin will take the stand? Or do you think he don't want to face the the state? I don't know. But then, he gets to tell his side of the story, Okay, I'm here, y'all. I'm just waiting for them to come back. I took Caitlyn's picture off while we were on the parole board. I didn't think it was I got to thinking, you know, that's not too appropriate. I just can't wait to see what happens. If he's gonna take the stand, maybe that's what they're gonna talk about for the next 15 minutes before they call the jury. Also, don't forget to like, share, and comment. This has been kind of a weird day. I started a little bit early because I wanted everyone to see everything as it happened. So unfortunately, we couldn't zoom through the lunch, and I apologize. So I hate to repeat the question, but do you guys think that Dustin is going to take the stand? Leave a comment. Let me know. Let's talk about this, y'all. Sorry, I don't mean to yell. I can't hear myself talk. My ears are so clogged. I think I might do the live about Kata, depending on what time this gets over with, probably like 2 hours after this one, so I can get prepared. Because I don't want it to be a flop. I really don't. But there's some really exciting or new developments in her case. Some odd text messages. And I don't know what the heck happened in that case. Hang on, I'll be back, everybody. Oh, you're doing it? Okay. My boyfriend's making pancakes, and then he's going to go to Walmart and get a chicken. I think Dustin will take the stand. He appears to be telling the truth. I totally agree. I don't think he has anything to lie about. I believe that Caitlyn was spinning him every which way to try to get that little girl that he had with him, the older one, away from him, and she was willing to do it at any cost. Well, she did.
Good afternoon. Thank you. Please be seated.
Okay, y'all, I'm going to mute. Let's listen.
Okay. Attorney Kettles, before lunch, you were going to make an inquiry relative to certain matters with your client?
Yes, and Mr. Duren is likely to testify.
Okay. And you've had sufficient time to discuss that with him?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Any further concerns in that regard?
No.
Okay. All right. Anything else before we bring the jury in?
I don't think so.
Does the court want to colloquy the defendant to make sure that he's been advised properly of his rights to, I know defense has, but for the record, to ensure that he understands that he's waiving his right to remain silent by agreeing to testify?
I don't think there's a need to colloquy under the circumstances. I appreciate the state's request and comment in that regard. Depending upon the overall circumstances, I may do that on occasion based upon the nature of the offenses, based upon my perception of the defendant, based upon my perception of counsel. But I think under all of the circumstances, with respect to highly competent and experienced counsel from defense, I have no issue whatsoever with respect to the scope of their representation and their likely discussion that they would have had with their client, so I will decline to do that at this time unless there's any specific reason from the defense standpoint.
No, Your Honor.
Okay, all right. All right, thank you. I did request that the jury be back at 12:45. I don't know how many are back yet.
So is he gonna
Still waiting
take
on a
the
few?
stand? I
Okay.
couldn't hear
So
him.
we will take a brief recess then, unless there's anything further. We'll
Oh.
take a brief recess until all the jurors are here, and then we'll start
Another
promptly once
recess.
we have all of them here. Okay? All right, thank you.
So is Dustin gonna take the stand or what? I couldn't hear it. I can't hear. Oh, good. So he is going to testify. That could take some time. Because the state is going to get him. Not get him, but Oh, good. So this is going to get interesting, y'all. So don't forget to like, share, and subscribe. I'm bringing some good content today. If he's going to testify, we'll find out the real truth. But then he did tell the truth in his interrogation video. I mean, what more could he honestly say? My dog is acting crazy today, y'all. So anyways, just to keep time, I yesterday after the live had taken the dog out, and this kid, he calls me his mom, but he's like 37 and I'm 40. I'm only 10 years older than him, but he calls me mom. And he was sitting outside and we were just chit-chatting before my boyfriend's son got home. And we have a field that's like right next to the apartment building, like directly behind us, like to the side, like the field's to the side of the apartment. And we were sitting outside and we were just talking and I wasn't really paying attention. And it's a sale barn is what it is. So they've got cows and stuff up there that they sell, I think on Sundays. And they were plowing this field that they produced corn, to sell to the place to make ethanol and stuff. So they were plowing the field yesterday and a big gust of wind came and hit me and his friend right in the face. And oh God, could only imagine how sick I was after that. I took an allergy pill. I laid down. My whole face felt swollen. I felt so sick. And I felt really wheezy. And oh, it was awful. I don't know why I was outside. I should have known better out of the years that I lived here. And had I paid attention when we first moved or were checking the apartment building out, I wouldn't have moved here just because of that field. And because after I had my surgery, I had not my neck surgery, but I've had a lot of allergies ever since I had my adrenal gland removed. So it's like all the allergies just picked up. And normally I do okay, but man, I'll tell you what, when that stuff hit me in the face yesterday, it's like my one side of my face felt numb. All right, y'all, don't forget to like and share and subscribe. The jury, I think, is coming in because everybody's standing. So let's hear what they have to say.
Okay, good afternoon. Thank you. Please be seated.
Your Honor, the defense calls Dustin Duren.
She's calling him to the stand. All right. This is where the truth is gonna come
Mr. Duren,
out.
please remain standing. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear that the testimony you give today will be the truth under the pains and penalties of perjury?
Yes, I do.
Okay, you can go ahead and sit down. Please state your full name and spell it for the record.
Dustin, D-U-S-T-I-N, Duren, D-U-R-E-N.
Dustin, I wanted to start by asking you, are you a father?
Yes, to the loves of my life, my 2 daughters,
What are your 2 daughters' names?
Elowen and Valen.
How old are they?
They are currently 5 and 2.
Are you a veteran?
Yes, I am.
What branch did you serve in?
The Marine Corps.
When did you enlist?
So I enlisted right out of high school. So a week after I graduated high school at 18, I left for boot camp.
Where did you go to boot camp?
So this was in Camp Pendleton, California.
Did you do infantry training?
Yes.
Where did you go to infantry training?
So that was at the same place, Camp Pendleton, California.
In the Marines, did you receive training with firearms?
Extensive training, yes, to where you're expected to assemble, disassemble, load, fire with the highest of proficiency, and they drill it over and over and over to where they want it ingrained in you, to where it's instilled in you. It becomes instinctual.
What's instilled in you?
The use of your weapon, whether it's rifle, pistol.
Were you taught about firearm safety?
Yes. The Marine Corps specifically has 4 rules.
And what are they?
And this is something that I teach even just outside the Marine Corps, but these are rules that I think really everyone should follow. This isn't just a Marine Corps thing, but number 1, treat every weapon as if it were loaded. 2, never point your weapon at anything you do not intend to shoot. 3, keep your fingers straight and off the trigger until you're ready to fire. And 4, keep your weapon on safe until you intend to fire.
And you've talked a little bit about it, but can you tell me, as a Marine, what familiarity with firearms were you expected to have?
Absolute familiarity. I mean, you spend a lot of time with it. You're expected to be combat ready, and that's something else with the Marine Corps, specifically to the Marine Corps of every Marine is a rifleman.
What does every Marine as a rifleman mean?
So, like I said, this is something specific to the Marine Corps. So it doesn't matter what your job is. So you could be a cook, but before you even go through your job training, you're expected to go through infantry training.
And what is the point of going through infantry training, regardless of specialty?
So that everyone is combat ready, is trained with a rifle, trained to be a warfighter first.
And is that different than other branches of the armed service?
Yes, yeah.
In boot camp, did you receive any recognition for your proficiency with firearms?
So right away in boot camp, I graduated as the battalion high shooter.
What does that mean?
So in our marksmanship course, I was the highest shooter out of our entire graduating class.
Does that mean you were the most proficient with a rifle of everyone
Yes,
you went
yes.
to boot camp with? Did you do any other type of combat training in boot camp or in infantry training?
So specifically in infantry training, you train with all sorts of different weapons. So we were training with like the M240 Golf, heavy machine gun, Mark 19, automatic grenade launcher. But and then 2, we in hand-to-hand combat, we have or close quarters combat, we have a program called McMap.
What is MCMAP?
And that is the Marine Corps Martial Arts Program. And it's different from most other martial arts in that, specifically other martial arts, you're learned to incapacitate, or get away. And with McMap, you're specifically trained to kill, really by any means. But this is in the use with just your hands, or with pistols, with close quarters, with a rifle, just everything close quarters related.
And let me just make sure I understood that right. The Marine Corps Martial Arts Program, you're learning martial arts combining unarmed combat and weapons-based training?
Yes.
Let's jump from training to deployment. Where were you first deployed?
So I was first deployed to Japan, Okinawa, Japan.
Did you do any firearms training or qualifications in Japan?
Yes. So every year, again, regardless of what your job is, you're expected to go through an annual marksmanship training and qualification. So right away, once I got to Japan, then I did the annual qualification. But then again, I was squadron high shooter, and they tagged me and asked me if I wanted to become a coach.
Why were you asked to become a coach?
Again, really, it's I was just kind of tagged, like people noticed with me being the squadron high shooter.
So because of your proficiency with
Yeah.
firearms?
Yes.
What did you have to do to become a coach?
So there's the combat marksmanship coach course. You go really beyond what you would normally go through, or the training or the qualification. You do much more, whether it's like just regular target practice, or you could be doing moving targets, yourself moving, but a lot more in detail. And then you're also taught specifically how to teach others.
How did you do in the coach's course?
So again, in the coach's course, I was again the highest shooter, and beating out, there's mainly a lot of other infantry Marines, but there's also, specifically there's two Force Recon Marines there, which Force Recon, that's it's basically like Navy SEALs or Army Rangers of the Marine Corps.
So you outshot the Marine version of the Navy SEALs in the coach's training course?
Yes.
After you took the coach's course, did you serve as a marksmanship coach?
Yes, I did.
How did you serve as a coach?
Again, then at that point, I was a combat marksmanship coach. It was just called like a B billet, but it was secondary to my normal job. But I would then train other Marines in this annual qualification, or whatever Marines need to qualify, and ended up teaching hundreds of Marines.
And what did you teach hundreds of Marines to do?
To perfect their shooting, their proficiency with rifle or pistol.
During your time in the military, can you estimate how often you discharged a weapon, or how many times?
Thousands, probably tens of thousands.
And what did discharging a firearm tens of thousands of times do?
And it gets instilled in you to where, like, I guess you could say you could do it in your sleep. It's just so ingrained in you that they really want you to do it with, basically without conscious thought. Like, it just, it's so drilled in you over and over.
What were you trained to use a firearm for?
To eliminate threats.
Besides Japan, where else were you deployed?
So I was deployed all over the Pacific, so Philippines, Thailand, Korea, and then also to Kuwait and Iraq.
When were you deployed to Iraq?
So this would have been 2008.
Where in Iraq were you stationed?
There's a Marine base called Al-Assad.
Did you experience any violence or danger in Iraq?
So at the time, 2008, the big things then were IEDs, or improvised explosive devices, and mortar attacks. And then I did take small arms fire from a helicopter, small arms being like rifles, AK-47. And then specifically for my job as an aircraft recovery specialist, we dealt with plane crashes or like emergency landings, which happened when I was there.
You said you took small arms fire from a helicopter. Does that mean you were shot at while you were in a helicopter?
Yes.
Did anything else traumatic happen while you were in Iraq?
Yes. So I was back at sort of our home area. So when you're in Iraq, you're basically just working 24/7.
Object at this point if we can try.
Sidebar for what? That lady, she loves her sidebars. I tell you, that state attorney, she just loves it. I think she would rather be up there than doing her actual job. I think she might have a crush on that judge. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just trying to be funny. I think I'm a comedian too. So I have my laptop laying on the back just so I can hear it. I mean, I could probably plug in my earphones, but it's going to be it's going to be the same. So what do you guys think? Pretty interesting story, but he pretty much told that yesterday. And we read that in that biography where he went to, so that's where Sun's Island is located on the Pacific. Like, it's a tiny island on the Pacific, and it's by Japan and the Philippines and places like that. They speak their own language. You can understand some of his language, not all of it, not near. I mean, I would never be able to speak it, but I can say goodnight. Understand more than I could speak. And their food is really good, and they like to have a party about anything. So always good food at parties. Yeah. Yeah, but you got to remember, when I'm laying my speaker down, my speakers are on the bottom of the computer. Yeah. Oh, eggs and sausage. Okay, y'all, I'm going to eat some food here. I'll be back. Thank you. all that sidebar for a question about what happened in Iraq? You got to be kidding me, lady. Get it, lady? Come on. We want to hear the story. My boyfriend made me little sausage links and eggs. You got to be kidding. All this because she asked about an accident in Iraq. My dog is moving the mouse. This is crazy. Just to have commentary. I thought that the the person that's on trial, I thought he had the right to listen to the sidebars. Yeah, I thought remember Karen Reed? She would always go up and with the lawyers when they would sidebar. Well, I wonder how come he's not. Maybe it's different laws in each state, but that's not too far from them.
If there's a pending question, it is withdrawn, subject to being rephrased.
Do you have PTSD?
Oh,
I do.
hold on, Leah.
Is your PTSD service connected?
It is.
How
Oh,
does your
you didn't want that
PTSD
to come
affect
out.
I have severe depression, specifically bouts of severe depression, which affects really just everyday life, but to include just everything, even from like maintaining jobs, stuff like that.
And when did you start experiencing symptoms of your PTSD?
Real symptoms, probably once I got out of the Marine Corps. I guess, well, no, actually, probably not. I guess I'll rephrase that. That immediately afterwards, I'm questioning what I can say, but
The question in front of you, just, I think, ask it as narrowly, answer as narrowly
Okay.
as you can, is when did you first start experiencing symptoms from your PTSD?
okay, with that direct question, immediately afterwards.
Immediately after you were discharged from the Marine Corps?
Well, no, immediately after the event itself.
Immediately after the event itself?
Yes.
And what year was that?
2008.
That was while you were in Iraq?
Yes.
When did you get a diagnosis of PTSD?
Officially, this would have been 2021 or 22.
So after almost 15 years of experiencing symptoms?
Yes, yes.
When were you discharged from the Marines?
So this would have been 2011. I was honorably discharged in 2011
You were honorably discharged at what rank?
as a sergeant.
After leaving the Marines, where did you move?
I moved to Los Angeles, California, that's where I got my degree in audio engineering, and then I was almost immediately hired at Fox Sports as a post-production audio engineer.
Were you experiencing symptoms of PTSD or depression while you lived in Los Angeles?
Yes.
Where did you live after LA?
So afterwards, which this was just part of my sort of severe depression, but I ended up moving to Las Vegas, Nevada, and that made sense just for my work and also working as an event technician, so working for like corporate events and music events in Vegas.
How was your mental health when you first moved to Vegas?
It was
Objection. Relevance.
Approach.
You have got to be kidding me. Another sidebar. What is the state trying to hide? What are they trying to hide, y'all? Like, this is crazy. I've never seen in a court case this many sidebars. I remember that judge, was it Karen Reed's trial, where she said, we're going to limit the sidebars. Somebody said it. I can't remember. But some judge said, we're going to limit the sidebars. I mean, this is crazy.
Overruled. Dustin, how was your mental health when you first moved to Vegas?
It was extremely bad. So that was part of why my move happened, but it only got worse as I was there. And along with another traumatic event, that's when I had a suicide attempt.
Yeah, we read about that, remember?
Were you hospitalized after your suicide attempt?
Yes,
Where did you go after was it a psychiatric hospitalization?
yes.
Where did you go after your psychiatric hospitalization?
So this was a little bit afterwards. My parents were trying to convince me to live with them, to come back to Minnesota and basically just try to take care of myself, take care of my health, and just be with family for a while. So it took a few months afterwards, but eventually I agreed and moved back to Minnesota, and this would have been November, December of 2018.
You moved back to Minnesota in November or December 2018?
Yes.
When did you meet Caitlyn?
So this was shortly afterwards, maybe about this, well, yeah, it would have been like 3 months later, February of 2019.
Where did you meet?
So it was at a bar, and I remember it specifically because the Super Bowl was on.
Did you two start dating?
Yes, probably about a week or two later.
When did Caitlyn get pregnant?
Almost immediately. So I think I found out it's probably April of 2019.
How did you feel when you found out that Caitlyn was pregnant?
There was a mix of emotions. So this was not planned. This was unexpected. So I was kind of anxious about it, but at the same time, I got pretty excited about just having a family, starting a family.
Had you always planned on having a family?
I did. Came a little early, but yes.
And was Caitlyn pregnant with your daughter, Elowen?
Yes.
Did you and Caitlyn move in together once you found out she was pregnant?
Yeah, so I don't remember the exact time, but it probably was around that time, April 2019, in which she moved in with me at my parents' house.
How were you involved during the pregnancy?
I tried to be involved as much as possible. I was going to all the doctor's appointments, just trying to take care of Caitlyn as much as I could. Just like her being happy makes the baby happy. So just, trying to take care of her as much as I could as well.
How was your mental health immediately before Caitlyn got pregnant?
Before it was still pretty bad. I was seeing a psychologist. Not great.
Can you tell me what you mean by not great?
I was still dealing with some pretty bad depression, and just my life just kind of feeling meaningless or just really without purpose.
How was your mental health during Caitlyn's pregnancy?
So it improved pretty quickly, with just being so excited about starting a family.
Did it make you feel like you had a purpose?
It was starting to, yes.
Tell us about the day that Elowen was born.
So it was December 2nd. So right away in the morning, Caitlyn woke me up and told me her water broke, and we went to the hospital. the labor was long. It was about 13 hours. Yeah, once Ellen was born, she was placed on Caitlyn's chest, and but immediately she was turning purple and wasn't breathing. So immediately I'm yelling at the nurses like, "Hey, something's seriously wrong here." They grab her, they take her to the side. They end up restarting, like she was started to breathe again. But then they ended up taking her to the NICU, to where she ended up spending a week there. Everything was fine, but they were just doing that as a precaution.
Where were you and Caitlyn while Ellen was in the NICU?
So for the most part, we were with her. So we didn't really want to, obviously we wanted to be with her all the time. And then we would sometimes try to get back to the house just to like shower or whatever, try to get some sleep. And, but yeah, for the most part in the NICU with her.
Tell us what it felt like the first time that you held Ellen.
That was beautiful. This was, hey, I have my first child. It was amazing.
When Ellen was discharged from the hospital, where did the three of you go?
We moved back with my parents at their house.
And this was in Minnesota?
Yes.
How did it feel to take Ellen home from the hospital? How did it feel to take Ellen home from the hospital?
Again, amazing. Again, it was, I just felt so happy just having this family, just being together as this family.
Did you spend a lot of time with Ellen when she was an infant?
All the time, as much as I could. Always being by her side. I mean, whatever, just, I don't know, bassinets, is that what they're called? Wherever she was sleeping, wherever she was, I always wanted to be near her, just always being with her. She actually had this little, it was like a little unicorn handkerchief or blanket, I guess. But she always had it since she was born, and she would make these noises like goy goy when she had it, and that we ended up calling it goy goy, and she still has it today, and that's still what we call it, her goy goy.
What did you like to do with Ellen when she was an infant?
Well, I definitely like to show her off a lot. Just going to see different family, friends. Yeah.
When she was an infant, were you worried about Ellen's safety?
Of course. I was always watching her, always protecting her, to where just even if she's on the bed, like is something over her, like is she gonna roll over? Would she roll off the bed? Or like if she's laying on the couch for some reason, is she gonna roll off the couch? I was just always watching her.
How long after Ellen was born did you stay in Minnesota?
So this was about 6 months. So it would have been June, yeah, I think like June of 2020. And at this point, so I had talked about how I was only ever in Minnesota temporarily, and my plan was always to go back to Nevada eventually. And then, so obviously I got disrupted a little bit with Ellen being born, but and then actually 2020 as well, that was during COVID. And so my work wasn't really available. Events were not really happening in Vegas. And so I was trying to find work, and it just worked out that I happened to find a job at the United States Postal Service as a mail carrier.
So
So,
let me just make sure this is clear. So you said you left Minnesota in June of 2020. Is that
Yes.
when you moved to Vegas?
yes, that's when I moved to Vegas.
And you moved there because of a job with USPS?
Yes.
Did Caitlyn and Elwyn also move to Vegas?
Yes.
Were you looking for USPS for a long time?
Working for them, no. So, once we moved there, this had a lot to do with how much a mail carrier, specifically in Vegas, was working at the time during the pandemic. To where there was a lot of work, learning or working long hours, like easily over like 12 hours, probably 6 days a week. And my depression started coming back. I think a lot of it had to do with just me not being around Elwyn and Caitlyn. So I ended up quitting that around October, November 2020.
I'm going to ask you a little bit about your first Christmas in Vegas. Was Caitlyn there?
No,
Where had Caitlyn gone?
she flew back to Minnesota.
Did she take Elwyn with her?
No,
Who was in Vegas with you?
so it was just me and Elwyn.
How was your and Elwyn's first Christmas in Vegas?
So, this was, again, to where my depression was coming back, and really that first morning, all I had was just this little Christmas tree. Is probably about a foot tall, and then just a couple presents. And I was really starting to feel just sort of worthless again, like almost like I didn't deserve her. I couldn't provide for her, didn't deserve her. And
Do you mean Elwyn? You were starting to feel like you didn't
Elwyn,
deserve
yes. And but she was so happy, and just how happy she was, that became really just the most pivotal moment in my life. With everything I'd done, everything just paled in comparison to that moment of just, she became my everything, my life. And from that moment on, she was my purpose, my meaning in life.
Tell us about what Elwyn was like as a toddler.
Always happy, always run around, always learning. I tried to be good with always teaching her stuff. I remember sending it was a video to my mom, but she had flashcards to where they just had letters on them, like A, B, C, D, and then a picture of an animal on it. And I remember showing her or recording this and just showing Elwyn these pictures or these flashcards, and her just rattling them off, getting them one by one, every single one of them correct, and just how amazingly smart she was, just even at such a young age.
How did you feel about being a father?
Again, it was amazing. That it felt like that was my entire life, was being a father.
Were there any times when Elwyn was a toddler where you were concerned about her safety?
There was a specific situation to where Caitlyn was babysitting another kid. He was a little bit older, so Elwyn would have been 2 or 3 at the time, and this other.
Objection, Your Honor.
Approach.
I knew. I just knew it. I knew that lady was going to call a sidebar because she just doesn't want any information let out that Caitlyn could possibly have been not such a good mom. You know, there are moms that are bad and there are dads that are good. You know, it can be one or the other. Not saying Caitlyn was a horrible mother, but she left her own kid on Christmas. Who could do that? Their first Christmas. Oh my God, I would never. Never. Amy was never alone. And she was born right after Christmas. Amy's a New Year's Eve baby. I tried till the first, but it just didn't happen. We were 6 hours away from the first. I had her at 5 o'clock on the dot, January or December 31st. And then my birthday is the 4th of January. Oh, my dog. I'm going to mute while she's barking. All right, y'all.
Rephrase. Is it fair to say that you continue to be concerned, on alert about Eloin's safety when she was a toddler?
Absolutely, yes.
Did you do anything together with Caitlyn to help ensure that your family was safe?
So, yes, I taught her to use the pistol that I had. She had already known a little bit, but we went out. I took her out to the range a few times. We fired it. I made sure that she knew how to use it as well.
You testified previously about being a combat marksman coach for the Marines. Is that how you taught Caitlyn how to use a firearm?
Yes, and not as an intense way, but yes.
And was it your understanding that Caitlyn was proficient with a pistol?
Yeah, yeah.
You said you taught her with your pistol. What pistol are you referring to?
Really, this was the only pistol I've ever owned, and it was gifted to me by my dad after I got out of the Marine Corps.
Was there anything about living in Vegas that caused safety concerns?
Objection. Relevance.
May we approach Judge?
Sure. Sustained as to the question, but withdrawn to rephrase.
Yes, so I'm going to assume there were multiple incidents in Vegas that caused you safety concerns.
Yes.
Can you tell me about the last, maybe like the third one?
Okay, so it was at night. Caitlyn was working that night, and so and this was late at night, so probably like 10 p.m. maybe. But Ellen and I were on the couch just watching TV. I think Ellen was asleep at the time, but I heard the doorknob sort of rattling, and and by the way, the living room was right next to the front door. And so I peeked back, and there's some blinds and a window behind me. So I peeked back and pulled the blind back a little bit, and there's a person right there trying to get into the house. So I immediately grab Elwyn and I run upstairs, and I set her down upstairs, and I tell her, do not move. And I end up grabbing my gun, going out to the door, and start yelling for the person to get out of here. And they really started banging on the door at that point, trying to get in. At one point, I did end up slightly cracking the door and showing, like flashing the pistol that I had and yelling at them, hey, you really need to get out of here now. At that point, they tried to stick their foot in the door, like kick the door open. I was able to slam it shut on them, lock it again. At that point, that's when I ended up calling the police as I'm standing in front of the door. And within that conversation, they said that they're on their way. I do remember specifically they're asking about the gun because I told them that I had one out, and I specifically told them I'd put it away when they arrived. But it took them about 30 minutes to get there, and by that time this person had left, and so they did eventually show up. I walked outside with Elwyn and just sort of talked to him a bit. We tried to get some Ring doorbell camera footage, but we ended up not being able to see anything.
But the police didn't respond in time to address the threat or catch the person.
No.
At some point, did you and Caitlyn decide to leave Las Vegas?
So, yes. She didn't really like Nevada. I did, but I basically was saying, okay, if you don't want to live here, convince me where we should move. And over the course of probably about a year and a half, we went over just a bunch of different places to move to. But she had suggested early on about New Hampshire, specifically because her Aunt Brenda lived here, and she thought she could get work through her. And that was eventually what we decided on.
When were you planning to move to New Hampshire?
So this would have been, at the time we were renting a house, and our lease was going to be up August 1st. So that was going to be the time.
August 1st of what year?
Oh, this would have been 2023.
What steps had you taken together to move to New Hampshire?
So we had been talking about it for a long time, but closer to it, I ended up ordering some pods, like U-Haul storage pods that they bring to the house. And then you pack them up and they ship them out. But I'd ordered some pods, brought it to the house, or had it being brought to the house to pack up all our stuff and eventually move there.
Did you think that you and Caitlyn had agreed on a plan to move to New Hampshire?
Yes,
And whose idea was it?
Caitlin's.
Would you have been happy to stay in Nevada?
Yes.
How were you planning on getting to New Hampshire?
So the plan was for me to basically drive, and I had a very long road trip planned out. Actually, I had two planned out because I had a southern route and a northern route. But Elowen and I driving out, and then Caitlyn and Valen would then fly out.
Why were you going to drive with Elowen while Caitlyn flew with Valen?
I guess specifically, I didn't think Valen at that point, she would have been about 6 months old. I didn't think that she or really anyone would be able to handle a long road trip.
I think I skipped an important event in your life here. When was Valen born?
Oh, that was January 17th, 2023.
And Valen is your and Caitlin's child?
Yes.
Was she born in Vegas?
Yes.
And so your plan was for 6-month-old Valen to fly to New Hampshire with Caitlyn while you drove with Elowen?
Yes.
Did the four of you move to New Hampshire in August 2023 as planned?
No.
What happened instead?
So before the pods I'd ordered have arrived, a different set of pods showed up, and I was upstairs at the time, and I heard a truck outside and was confused about what was going on. I didn't know if there was pods were there, if they were just coincidence that it was someone else's pods, or if ours had arrived early. But anyways, I go downstairs to go check on it, and Caitlyn is in the kitchen, and I tell her, hey, there's pods outside. I'm going to go check out what they're about. And she says that they're hers. And this was really the first time I found out that no, she was not going to New Hampshire, that she was going back to Minnesota.
And had you been aware that Caitlyn was planning on going back to Minnesota?
No, that was the moment I found out.
What did you do when you found out that Caitlyn was going back to Minnesota?
I was pretty distraught. I didn't understand it. I was pretty upset just about how and why she was breaking up the family. I didn't understand it.
Did you and Caitlyn come up with a plan about what would happen with the kids when she went back to Minnesota?
No. So I was trying to talk to her about it, about what the plan was. And again, just being really distraught about just what was going on. Was she going to just go back by herself, and she's going to leave the kids with me, or is she trying to take both, or are we splitting the kids? And any one of those options I didn't really like, but she just wasn't responding. She just wouldn't have that conversation with me.
What happened when Caitlyn went back to Minnesota?
So she ended up just going outside with the stroller, like she was going to the park.
Who was in the stroller?
Valen. So Elowen was at daycare at this point. She was in like a preschool daycare kind of thing. And so she took Valen out into the stroller. and just was kind of walking like going to the park, and which was normal. I mean, we went to the park all the time, so that seemed like a normal thing. She didn't take anything. She just left like she's going to the park. And a couple hours go by, and she hadn't come back, or I didn't hear anything, so I ended up going to the park, and no one was there. So I texted her, "Where is she?" And she responded that she was at the airport with Valen.
Had Caitlyn previously told you that she was taking Valen to the airport?
No.
And did Caitlyn tell you where her and Valen were going to go once they got to the airport?
Well, they were going to Minnesota.
Had Caitlyn told you she was taking Valen to Minnesota?
No.
Had you given permission for Caitlyn to take Valen to a different state?
No.
What did you do when Caitlyn told you that she was at the airport with Valen about to take your child to a different state?
So I freaked out. I immediately drove to Eloin's daycare because I wanted to see if she had grabbed Eloin too. And so I went there, and no, she wasn't. Eloin was still at the daycare. So I picked her up and then sped to the airport. And as I was doing that, I was calling my parents. I called her dad, Rob, just trying to figure out what was going on. And it seemed like no one knew what was going on.
Did you talk to Caitlyn again that day?
So eventually I did get her on the phone, and this was while I was still driving, and she said she wasn't going to come back through security because, and I started telling her I at least want to say goodbye to Valen, and for her to at least say goodbye to Eloin. But she just said she wasn't going to go back through security. And eventually, I guess I just gave up on it and turned around and headed back to the house.
When you headed back to the house, did you talk to anyone else? Or did you continue to talk to other people about what to do?
Well, yes. So, I ended up trying to figure out just basically what to do, but I was talking to like my family and Caitlyn's family just about what was happening and what the plan should be. I figured, well, okay, if we're not going to New Hampshire, I'll just stay in Nevada because I just like Nevada. I like the desert. I like being there, so I figured I would just stay in Nevada. But they were all, both my family and her family, they're all trying to convince me, hey, come back to Minnesota. We'll all be together. We'll all try and figure this out together. And really, I didn't make up my mind until July 31st, really the day before I left. And because I had already had an apartment secured in Vegas, a new apartment. And, I eventually decided to go back to Minnesota, really on the point that I did not want Eloin and Valen to grow up separately. That really bothered me.
How did you get back to Minnesota from Vegas?
So Eloin and I, we made a nice road trip out of it. Spent several days with a friend of mine in Utah and just doing this whole road trip. That was just another incredible bonding experience. Yeah.
Once you got back to Minnesota, where did you live?
So I ended up moving back in with my parents.
What about Caitlyn? Where did she live?
So she was living with a friend of hers.
How far apart was where you lived and where Caitlyn lived?
If I'm remembering right, it was about an hour and a half.
Where were the girls? Where were Elwyn and Balin living when you were both in Minnesota?
So we were splitting custody to where there'd be times to where she was with Caitlyn. The girls were with Caitlyn, and then times where they were with me and my parents.
Who were they with more?
I think the total number came out to be 98 days with me and my family, 48 days with her, and then a random like 15 days to where the kids were split for whatever reason.
When the kids were moving between the two households, how did they get from one place to another?
So I would normally drive which I was fine with doing, but I would just drive and drop them off, or drive down there and pick up the girls. But eventually we ended up figuring out a restaurant to kind of meet in the middle, and then that generally.
Okay, so I had to find a spot to cut in so I can give some commentary. But, it sounded like to me he was really trying, and I think that whole Christmas thing really shook him the wrong way. I think that's when he started to, I'm just going to say it, not like her. And I personally would feel the same way. You have a baby with somebody and you're taking off to Minnesota. What? No. So I think that I would be a little upset myself. He sounds like he was a dad that was there. How many days was the girls with him, and how many days with Caitlyn? Wow. That is a big difference. From 900 to 40 something. Come on. All right, let's finish hearing what he has to say.
Became our spot to exchange the girls.
Did you try to come up with a more permanent plan for where the four of you would live?
So yes, specifically in October, I had a meeting at the same restaurant that we would normally meet at with Rob, her dad, and we tried to plan out, or basically, okay, I asked her just point blank of, hey, can we just continue our trip to New Hampshire? And she immediately said yes, and which kind of surprised me because I thought I would have to try to convince her somehow, but she just immediately said yes, and from that point on, that's when we started planning to eventually continue the move that was planned to New Hampshire.
Just gonna ask a couple clarifying questions. You said this meeting was sometime around October. Was this October of 2023?
Yes.
And then you said you asked if you could continue your trip. By that, did you mean your move to New Hampshire?
Yes.
Were the four of you going to live together in New Hampshire?
I would not have been opposed to it. I'm just someone who's really big on the nuclear family, and I feel like it's really, really important for children to grow up with both parents in the household together, everyone living together. And so I would not have been opposed to it, but at first the plan was that we would live separately.
I don't see nothing wrong with the dad raising and the mom raising in a different home. I raised Amy her entire life by myself, and she's doing just fine. She's doing better than I am. She owns her own home. She just bought a brand new car. I mean, why would you want to make your life more difficult staying with somebody just because of the kids? It's not fair for them either. It's not fair for them either. If you don't like the mother of your children, how is that going to make the relationship? I mean, you're going to be salty to that person every day of that child's life, and that's just not fair. I'm pretty sure she would have just probably given him the kids at this point. I personally think that maybe she had somebody back in Minnesota. Didn't we read something that she had a boyfriend or something in Minnesota? Somebody say something like that, something on the news. I don't know, but anyways, I don't want to give out false information. I could be totally wrong, and I apologize, but I don't know. Maybe she did. I don't know. All right, here we go.
And when did you decide to, or when did you plan to move to New Hampshire?
So this was October, so we were deciding that we would wait until after all the holidays, and so like Halloween, Thanksgiving, Elwyn's birthday on December 2nd, and then Christmas, New Year's, and then Valen's birthday on January 17th. So we'd wait for after all the holidays, spend the rest of the time with family, and then after Valen's birthday, then to start the move.
Was the plan for all four of you to start the move at the same time?
So no, I would go out there first with Elwyn, get the place secured and just kind of get set up. And then Caitlyn would then fly out with Valen, and we worked it out to where she would drop Valen off to me, and then she would go back to Minnesota just to kind of get money and just kind of work on what she needed to do, free of not having to worry about the girls. And then once she got some money secured, then moving a few months later, when her Aunt Brenda would have seasonal work for her.
And why didn't you just take both Elwyn and Valen with you initially?
Again, the road trip, I thought it would just be too much. But I did know previously, just because of Elwyn's and I's road trip from Nevada to Minnesota, which she did fantastic with, that I knew that she would have a really easy time, and we'd have just another great bonding experience kind of doing this road trip from Minnesota to New Hampshire.
And you said you thought it would be too much. Did you mean too much for Valen?
Well, yes, but probably me too, trying to do a road trip with two young girls, like a 1-year-old and a 4-year-old at the time, yes.
And Valen was one at the time of this.
Yes, yes.
What did you do to get ready to move to New Hampshire?
So I had, again, ordered pods, just sort of packing up all the girls' stuff. As we were doing this, Caitlyn was bringing me some of the stuff, like Elwyn and Valen's stuff that she had. Like during Valen's birthday, we went to the Mall of America. But anyways, when we met there, then Caitlyn brought kind of the remainder of Elwyn's stuff that she had, and then some of Valen's stuff, so that I could put it in the pods to be sent to New Hampshire. So she did that, and then two, I showed her because I had gotten the apartment by then, and so I was showing her pictures of the apartment and where we were staying, and that it was going to be the place in Berlin, the apartment in Berlin.
Did you give her the address?
Yes.
So you said you had decided to leave for New Hampshire after the holidays, the last of the holidays being Valen's birthday?
Yes.
And what day is Valen's birthday?
January 17th.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Certainly, certainly.
show you what's been marked for ID as Defendant's E. What is that?
It's a January 2024 calendar.
Is there more than one page?
Yes. So it's also February and March 2024.
Can you please mark Valen's birthday, January 17th, on the calendar?
Yes.
Did Caitlyn book a flight to New Hampshire?
Yes. So this was before I left. She ordered a flight out to Boston. Yes.
And how did you know she had gotten a flight to Boston before you left?
Pretty sure she texted it to me. I'm pretty sure the day before we ended up leaving. Ellen and I.
What day did Caitlyn text you information about her flight?
I mean, I don't recall exactly, but I guess maybe the 19th, January 19th.
Would it refresh your recollection if I showed you copies of the text between you and Caitlyn?
Okay.
While they're taking a minute.
Been with you, or I'm sorry, had Ellen been with you the night before you left from Minnesota?
No. So I had to pick her up on the morning of the 20th.
Where did you pick her up from?
So this was this was at her friend's house. So I drove over in the morning. Went to her friend's house. She was the one that opened the door. I guess I could say the name, Sarah. But saw her, just said a brief greeting, just hey, and then she went upstairs, and I went inside. Just met with Caitlyn for a little bit, and we all came out together to the car. I had it just packed with all sorts of stuff for the road trip. Like my mom made Ellen a picture book, but just road trip ready. And then basically I said goodbye to Valen, and Caitlyn said goodbye to Ellen, and we started our road trip.
Before you started, had you sent any messages to Caitlyn that day?
Before
you left?
Yes.
And why did you message her?
It was just to figure out where I was picking up Ellen.
And did Caitlyn send you an address to pick Ellen up?
Yes.
She sent that via text?
Yes.
Did you text her again to let her know when you got there?
Yes. To Sarah's house, yes.
Yeah. Were you and Caitlyn in touch while you and Ellen were on the road trip?
Yes, the whole time. Actually, immediately afterwards, it was about 10 minutes after I started the road trip, Ellen just started vomiting in the car. And anyway, so I immediately had to pull over and take care of her. And I texted Caitlyn about, hey, Ellen's throwing up in the car. What is going on? And she texted back just something about how, Ellen had been sick.
Sustained.
Were you and Caitlyn in touch in other ways while you were on the trip?
Yes, so I had been calling and we were FaceTiming and just kind of showing our adventures throughout the road trip.
Were there any other subjects that you communicated about while you were on the road trip?
I think again, she was asking for some more money. I had been just sort of regularly sending her money. It wasn't a ton, but it was just kind of what I could afford, like a few $100s every month, like maybe like $500 one month or $100 the next month. But yeah, I think she was asking just for some more money.
And how did he respond?
As to who responded, has Caitlyn respond?
How did Dustin respond to Caitlyn?
Objection, may we approach?
Yep.
Sidebar. But I wanted to say, because I'm like a penny pincher. Not saying I'm like rich or anything, because I'm by no means rich. But to me, it sounds like trips to Vegas, trips to Minnesota, trips to New Hampshire, pods, renting new places, deposits for new places. It sounds like to me, if they would have just settled in one area, they could have had a beautiful home, things for the children that were nice, but they're spending this money so foolishly. Like, I would never, ever spend money. Those pods are expensive, and plane tickets during the pandemic. Could you imagine? Okay, back on.
May we approach?
Now, why are we approaching? This lady. Oh. But yeah, I mean, all that money that was spent foolishly, they could have had a really nice home. Airline tickets during the pandemic, they were not cheap. They were expensive. I wouldn't have traveled. And then the wear and tear on the car too. Food for this trip, food for Caitlyn on her trip on the airplane. Plus, diapers for the kids. I'm just thinking of all the money. Had they just stayed in one area, they'd probably be rich. I mean, Caitlyn, she was just hopping on an airplane at any given moment. You say airplane, and she was running to the airport. Like, she wanted to be. Anywhere Dustin wasn't, seems like she wanted to be there. I don't know. That's just what I'm getting. But I could be wrong. I could be reading into it more than what it is. But the money, I know for a fact, they could have saved a lot of money had they not been flying and traveling and buying pods and paying rent and deposits. And, a place out in Nevada could be $1,200-$1,300 a month, and then you're paying the deposit on top of that. So that's $3,000 almost just right off the top, because you got your utilities deposits and stuff. I don't know. I'm going to start calling her Sidebar Lady. Get it, lady. Get it, get it, get it. I mean, at least he's telling a good story.
Dustin, I'm going to approach with what's been marked for ID as Defendant's Exhibit F. You can take that. What is that?
That's a picture of Ellen and I at Niagara Falls.
And was that picture taken while you were on your road trip?
Yes,
Is it a fair and accurate representation of what you and Ellen looked like and where you were on your road trip?
yes,
Did you text that photograph to Caitlyn?
yes.
And when did
We got to the house.
So after you got to New Hampshire?
Yes.
And why did you text that photograph to her?
Objection.
Overall,
Relevance.
overall,
Really, I just wanted to show what we were all doing. Obviously, I wanted to keep Caitlin informed on just what was going on and what we're doing.
And was it just one of a series of photographs that you sent to Caitlin from you and Elowin's road trip?
Yes.
Judge, I move to strike the ID and that Defendant's Exhibit F be entered as a full exhibit.
over the state's objection, the ID may be stricken and it shall be considered as a full exhibit.
Permission to publish to the jury?
Yes?
Members of the jury, I'm going to ask you to pass this photograph.
Caitlin had a lot of nice family photos, or just photos of him and the baby when she was born. Very nice. He was a very proud dad.
Attorney Kittle's afternoon break. Okay, we'll stop here for our mid-afternoon break. Members of the jury will resume at 20 after. We'll resume at 2:20. Again, please do not discuss the case amongst yourselves, and if anyone does so, please inform a bailiff. Thank you.
All rise. Wonderful. A break. Well, we got 10 minutes, y'all. There's 2 of you in here. Let's have a conversation in the comment section. Also, if I haven't said it for a while, please like, share, and subscribe. Hold on, I'll be right back. I have to cough. So what do you guys feel? Do you think he should be put away for second-degree murder? I wonder what the lesser charges are. Let me look it up and see if I can find out. It just says he was acting in self-defense for his daughter. I'm sure we'll find out during the when the judge reads the jury instructions what the lessers and stuff are. If there is any, I don't know. Is there anything going on in the YouTube world? The Julio Fulio trial. Oh no. In San Antonio, Texas, there was a standoff on a roof. Suspect was on the roof. I was just seeing if there was anything interesting in the YouTube world. They should be back any moment. So do you think I forgot what I was gonna say. Oh, I forget to do that every time I switch over to StreamYards. Okay, there we go. We're back. I made it back. I'm learning the computer too, and I can't make files on the front screen because I guess Chromebook has their own iCloud or whatever. So, but I have a Dell computer. It's a touchscreen. It's really nice, but my internet just ain't. I mean, I have brand new internet. It's fiber optic, But for some reason, this computer just bogs down too much, and it won't. It'll sit and spin when I'm on StreamYard. It sucks because I would like to use that. It's got a big screen. And then somehow my flat screen TV or my boyfriend's TV went out. So I was using his little TV as a second monitor. So I lost that. I have a monitor, but it takes an older AVI attachment. And I just haven't made it to Dubuque, because I was fighting COVID or had neck surgery, fighting COVID. And then I caught something now that I don't know what the heck it is. Pneumonia, bronchitis, allergies. I don't know, one of them. And I wanted to make sure that I got on today, because I remember I told you the story about that dust hitting me in the face yesterday. And it made me really sick. But I got on, and early too. But I like to start late because I like to get all my stuff done, like whatever phone calls that I have to make or the dishes and all that stuff. So I like to get all that stuff done before I start streaming. So then all I have to worry about is making lunch and some supper. Because if I don't cook, I don't eat. I don't know. I've always been that way. I'm not a big eater. But I sure am fat, though. Oh, my God. I'm about falling off the bed. I'm trying to get my charger. And then what I noticed about this laptop is it says it's got 8 hours of time without a charger on it. But I think that's not using it at all. Like, it's just sitting there. Because it definitely does not last 8 hours. It had been fully charged overnight. And it's already almost dead. Well, I guess it's, 4 hours that I've been on. So I don't know how to feel about Caitlyn. I feel like she should have made better choices in life. Well, all of us do. But I feel like, she was a mother. She was a mother to 2 children. She needed to be in their lives. And if she didn't want to be, then she needed to be upfront and honest with Dustin. Here, take the girls. I would rather stay in Minnesota, but you can have them here because, I like to fly and spend money on airplane tickets every other day. So I'll just fly here when I want to see them. Sounds like to me like maybe she wasn't mature enough. I think he was a little more mature, a little too more mature than, he is also 6 years older than her. So she was 31, he was 37 or 38, one of those two, I can't remember. So I'm thinking maybe she wasn't ready for the family life. And he had no other choice because maybe he came from a good family. Maybe his mom and dad taught him good family values. I mean, you don't see anybody from Caitlyn's side there. I understand it's in New Hampshire, but it's your child's murder trial. You should still be there. I mean, you're fighting for justice for her. I don't know. Maybe they are there and I just haven't seen them. I don't know. I'm just going to be quiet. But I think the next trial I do, depending on when this one is done, I think I'm going to do the Julio, because that one should be done by the time, just so everyone else can see it. I don't know, something to stream. Or if there's something good that's on that at that time, then I'll cover that instead. But I want to see what the next one would be. Possibly the Julio or whatever. The one I really want to do is the Melly case. Oh yeah, I want to do him, but I don't know if in Georgia if they do their trials live. I can't remember. I know New York doesn't. Well, at least their federal cases they don't. Boston I don't think federal cases at all. I don't think they do open court or live. So they should be coming back. Oh, my legs are getting sore. Oh, they're coming back. Okay, well, I thought they were coming back. Maybe it was that girl that's in the blonde-haired girl that's in the audience or in the lawyers. So it's getting really cold here in Iowa today. This morning, I think it was like 29 degrees. I hate being cold. I hate it. I want to be where it's warm all year round. I think my bones would like it. And the metal in my neck gets cold and then it just hurts. Oh my God, it hurts really bad. And then those things that I buy, those pain patches from Walmart, they're not cheap. They're very expensive. They're $10 for the extra large ones, and I put it completely over my incision because, oh my God, it hurts so bad. So I went the last couple of days without putting one on in hopes to kind of salvage them until I get my money on my insurance card, because I can buy those with my insurance money. I can pay my electric bill, buy food, which I better be buying some food because I don't know how things are going to stand come the 6th. Oh, no. So my boyfriend went to Walmart to buy some chicken. That's like cheap to cook, some chicken and some potatoes. And I think some milk. Things are gonna be rough, man. I don't know what's going on. I don't know if they want us out in the streets or what, but God, it's do you pay your rent, make your car payment, or starve to death? Which one? But we won't talk about that stuff. They need to come back because I don't want to repeat everything he's already talked about, you know? He moved to Las Vegas. He came back. He met Caitlyn. See, I had it all mixed up. I thought they had moved together, but they didn't. He moved by himself, which he probably should have just stayed. But unfortunately, people get depressed, and sometimes being around family is, matters. And it seems like to me he's got a really good support system. I mean, his dad testified for the state, and he's sitting on his side and sitting on his side now, and I bet that killed his dad, but they probably sent him a subpoena where he had no other choice but to testify against his son. So
Okay, thank you. Please be seated.
This photo of you and Elwyn, defendant's F, you said that you sent it to Caitlyn?
Yes.
Did you send it to anyone else?
Yes. I'm trying to remember exactly who. I think my parents, I think, and I think both of Caitlyn's parents as well.
Both Lori and Rob?
I think so, yes.
Do you still have that calendar up there?
Yes.
What date did you arrive in New Hampshire?
If I'm remembering right, I actually think it was the 25th, January 25th.
So that's different than the date that you guessed when you were, or mentioned when you were talking to the police?
So, yes, the more I thought about it, the more, I'm pretty sure it was the 25th, not the 23rd.
Can you write the date you arrived in New Hampshire on the calendar?
Yes. Okay.
Where was your apartment?
So I was in Berlin.
Was it on 1063 Main Street?
Yes.
How was the apartment when you arrived?
So we arrived a little early, so it needed some cleaning, but anyways, we did some deep cleaning and then got kind of what we had taken in the car set up and ready for the pods to arrive to really get settled in.
Did you set up your bedroom?
With what we had, yes.
And did you set up the girls' bedroom?
Yes.
Did you do anything else to get settled in?
Quite a bit, just to get settled in New Hampshire. I had to get new driver's license, new registration on the vehicle, new license plate. I got Elwyn enrolled in the Berlin Head Start, the preschool that's right there. And we were regularly going to like the Berlin library. But yeah, just kind of getting all that taken care of.
Did you send anyone your address?
Yes. Yes, Rob was asking to send Valentine's Day cards.
Did you ask Caitlyn before sharing the address with Rob?
I did. Actually, I take it back. It was actually right afterwards. But I did ask Caitlyn if I could share or if she had an issue with me sharing the address to anyone.
Did she?
Objection, Your Honor. Relevance and hearsay.
Sustained.
But you testified earlier that you had, Rob, Caitlyn's dad, had wanted to send some Valentine's Day cards.
Yes.
Specific photo. Those are in order now. The pictures are. So it's, are you looking for 7? Oh, you don't have another. Okay. Dustin, where in the house do you keep the Valentine's cards?
I set them in the living room, and it was on a little, like a black drawer. I set them on top of it.
Were they in one of the photographs the state introduced?
I believe so, yes.
Was it maybe visible in a video that was played?
Maybe.
Okay.
That might have been it.
For everyone's sake, I'll stop trying to find it. How were things with Caitlyn once you got to New Hampshire?
So they were all right at first, but she was really having money issues, and so she was continually asking for more and more money.
Did you have an argument about money?
Yes, so this was February 14th. She really what a lot of it was about money, but it also included how she wanted to put Elwyn and Valen on her taxes. And I didn't even say no, but she just didn't even like that response. So she started making a lot of threats about how she was going to say that I kidnapped Elwyn and took her to New Hampshire without her permission.
Let me ask you, had you done that?
No.
And your understanding was that Caitlyn had given you permission to?
Yes.
And you had been staying in touch with Caitlyn along your journey?
Yes.
And sending her parents your address?
Yes.
Who did she say she threatened she was going to call and falsely make these claims to?
To the police.
What else? Anything else happened during that argument?
Along with that, just threatening that she would take the girls away from me and I'd never see them again.
And how did that argument impact your plan, the plan that you and Caitlyn had for Caitlyn to bring Valen to New Hampshire?
So at that point, I wasn't sure what was happening. Now it sounded like she was not going to bring Valen to New Hampshire. So I started making a bunch of calls immediately.
Let me back you up there for a second, okay?
Yes.
You said that argument was on February 14th?
Yes.
And is Caitlyn's phone number 612-900-4997?
Yes.
I'm going to take a look at the cell phone records the state introduced into evidence earlier. States, make sure I get the right one.
Are we on another sidebar? You've got to be kidding. But anyways, she said she was going to say that he kidnapped the little girl. That is wrong. So wrong of her. I thought they were coming back. But that was wrong because he wouldn't, she had to get a job, a job. She needed a job. When you have kids, you got to have a job. I mean, he did his fair share. I mean, he had his apartment. I can see as now so many times that their relationship had totally probably went down the hill. Christmas, the pods being sent to Minnesota. I mean, that would just make you not like somebody. Like, I'm sorry, I'm just
Mr. Duren, can you see that?
I cannot, no.
Judge, I might suggest a brief recess for some tech finagling. I apologize.
Okay, all right, members of the jury, under the circumstances, we'll take a quick break. It shouldn't be more than 5 or 10 minutes. We'll resume when we've restored capabilities. Please do not discuss the case amongst yourselves. Thank you.
All right.
Oh, good, because I didn't know what we would do if we didn't have another 10-minute break. They just don't understand how hard it is for me to come up with stuff to talk about. Said that she was going to call the police and say he kidnapped the girl when he clearly has text messages giving his address to her father, to her. Wow. Such an individual. So what do you guys think? Do you think that all this crap that he's put her through, that she's put him through? Do you think that I don't know. So I wonder what they're going to show. Hey, I asked him. I bet he could probably hook it up. That's his business. Ask Dustin to help. I bet he could do it. It's sad to say that his life will never be, none of them, the girls, her parents, his parents, no one will ever be the same. This could have been all avoided. But I just don't think she was being totally honest. And then flying all over the place, sending pods to places they weren't supposed to be going. I mean, how would you feel? Put yourself in his situation. How would you feel knowing your stuff that you think is going to New Hampshire is going to Minnesota that you paid for? But then I think she paid for some pods too, though, I think. But I just wonder what made him pick New Hampshire. I just wonder. It makes you think now. You know, it makes you think, what was the whole purpose for New Hampshire? Do you think he knew about that law? And he was tired of baby mama? I don't know. I mean, this is just me talking. I'm just speculating. This is nothing. It's all alleged. I mean, everybody's innocent until proven guilty in a court of law. So, but it makes you wonder. It really does. It makes you wonder. But then I think she picked New Hampshire, or did he pick New Hampshire? I can't remember now. I got like that 10-second memory since I've had COVID. Oh. Well, what's up with the TV, y'all? I'll tell you what, electronics and stuff.
Thank you. Please be seated.
Hard. Okay, good. I don't have to find any.
You testified earlier that Caitlyn's phone number was 612-900-4997,
Oh, we get to watch a video.
right?
Yes.
And now we're taking a look at the cell phone records, State's Exhibit 13. CDR row 35 is highlighted.
Yes.
Does that show that you called Caitlyn on February 14th?
Yes.
What time does it say you called her?
15:33.
Is that
3:33. 3:33 p.m. Yes.
And after, you said you had called multiple people after this argument. Is that call the one you're referencing with the argument?
Yes. Yes.
Who did you contact after the argument?
I believe I called several different people, but I called my Minnesota attorney several times. I think I called my parents. I may have called Rob and Lori. I guess I don't remember specifically that day.
Okay. And going through these cell phone records would help you remember, I assume?
If I knew the phone numbers. I don't remember the exact phone numbers.
The next two calls you made are to 952 955-8008. Does that sound like your Minnesota attorney's phone number?
Yes, actually, yes.
And is that an attorney that you were talking to around child custody?
Yes.
And so do lines 36 and 37 show that you called your Minnesota attorney twice?
Yes.
At what times?
That was 15:55 and 15:56, 3:55 and 3:56.
And we heard testimony earlier about what your mom's phone number is. That next line, line 38, is that your
Yep.
mom's phone number?
Yes, it is.
So did you call your mom? Does that
Yes.
represent that you called your mom?
So yes, I did call my mom, yes.
And what time did you call your mom?
That was 4:09
Line
PM.
4:09 PM. And then that next line, what does that show? So we've got who the call was made to, and then who the call was made from afterwards.
So that's my mom calling me back.
And then lines 40 and 41, who's calling you back there?
That's the Minnesota attorney.
What time did the Minnesota attorney call you back?
It's 4:18 PM.
Line 42, who do you call?
That, again, that's the attorney.
Is Lori Smith's phone number 763-381?
Sustain.
May we approach?
Sure.
You testified earlier about having some trouble remembering Lori and Rob's numbers. Would it refresh your recollection if I showed you their phone numbers?
Yes.
Objection, Your Honor.
As to-
Format. May I see what's being shown to this witness? May we approach?
Yes.
So, sidebar. I went and made me a quick chicken sandwich. After they got the TV working, she wants to go to sidebar. God. How much you bet they're going to call it a day and resume Monday? How much you want to bet?
So you don't remember Lori's number?
I don't know.
Do you remember the area code or anything like that?
Not off the top of my head, no.
And you don't remember Rob's either?
No.
Okay. But you think that you called Lori and Rob?
Yes.
We heard testimony earlier that the Berlin Police Department phone number is 603-752-3131. And we also saw from an earlier witness that you called 603-752-3131 on February 14th. I'm going to draw your attention to line 46. Does that show that you called the Berlin Police Department on February 14th?
Yes.
And what time?
5:20 p.m.
Did you call the Berlin Police Department before or after your argument with Caitlyn?
Afterwards.
Why did you call the Berlin Police Department?
I was worried that she was going to call them and try to have me arrested. Like claim that I kidnapped Elowen and brought her to New Hampshire.
And again, that claim was false.
Yes.
What did the Berlin Police Department tell you about whether or not they would get involved?
They said they would not get involved.
Let's look at the next record, line 47. Does that show that you called your mom again?
Yes.
And what time did you call your mom?
5:32 p.m.
What's the phone number you called on line 48?
It is 612-221-2078.
And so that's the same area code as Caitlyn's phone number?
Yes.
Do you remember whose phone number that is?
And that is potentially Lori's.
But you're not sure?
I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm not sure.
That's okay. Does it show what time you called someone with the same area code as Caitlyn's phone number?
6:45 p.m.
And is that the last call you made that night?
Yes, it is.
After that argument, when's the next time that you and Caitlyn communicated?
So it was almost a week later to where Elowen, it was the first time that Elowen went to the Berlin Head Start, the preschool. And so she was pretty excited about it and wanted to talk to her mom, talk to Caitlyn and tell her about it.
And how did you communicate that to Caitlyn?
So I texted her about how Elowen wanted to.
Actually, withdrawn, I apologize.
No ruling.
Sorry, can you say it
I can
again?
try to ask the same question again. How did you communicate to Caitlyn that Ellen wanted to talk to her?
So I texted her that that Elowen just had her first day at the preschool and that she wanted to talk to her.
Did Ellen and Caitlyn talk that day?
I don't think so, no.
What, if anything, did you offer to do for Caitlyn after the argument?
So eventually, just because I was worried about this, well, actually, I'll back up a minute. I hadn't seen Valen, and so I want to see if she was okay.
Non-responsive.
Overruled.
I was checking on Valen, wanted to see if she was okay, so I texted Rob, her dad, and just to see if he could go over and check on Valen and just see how she was, which he did, but he said that he didn't actually see her, that Valen was sleeping, and that he just didn't want to push the subject, so he just kind of left it alone.
And how did that make you feel?
So obviously a little disappointed, but yeah.
And did you offer to do anything for Caitlyn at that point?
So at that point, I was just thinking, okay, if I can just text her and say, okay, you can claim Ellen and Valen on your taxes, and if I just say that that's okay, will you still bring Valen to New Hampshire?
And what response did you get?
And she said yes.
Did you do anything else to make sure that Caitlyn would bring Valen?
So I did, I think I had already done this actually, but I did reimburse her for the plane ticket. And I was still sending her what I could, money-wise.
What else did you do after the argument?
I guess I can't think of anything specific afterwards.
You testified earlier you had talked to your family court, or your child custody.
Oh, yes, yes.
Can you tell us about what you did in relation to the
Okay, well-
family lawyer? Or, I'm sorry, in Minnesota.
Yes, the Minnesota attorney, yes. So I was trying to retain her, so I was paying her hourly, but I wanted to retain her just because, again, I was worried that something was going to happen, so I was trying to get a retainer. She was needing $4,000, and I was tight on money, especially with the move. So I was trying to figure out what to do. I was thinking about selling my car, but didn't actually do it, and then was trying a credit union, and my credit wasn't that great at the time, so got denied for that. I was just trying to figure out ways to make it work.
Were you able to retain the lawyer?
No.
Did Caitlyn end up coming to New Hampshire?
She did, yes.
And did she bring Valen?
Yes.
As far as you know, where was she staying when she got here?
As far as I knew, with Brenda or one of her rental properties.
One of Brenda's rental properties?
Yes.
Had you offered to let Caitlyn stay with you?
I did. I texted her about how I kind of figured that she would.
Yes.
Oh, we were doing so good. But sidebar lady had to go to sidebar. I think it was a good question, to be honest. I think had he asked his parents, I think his parents would have helped him retain that lawyer. Don't you think? Lawyers can be so expensive. Uh-oh, what happened? Oh, there we go. We're back. Maybe the veterans could have helped him retain a lawyer. The veterans, they have a lot of resources, just nothing for mental health. But that's with anything. Although I do see a therapist once a week and a psychiatrist every few months. For my meds. I can't believe we're on another sidebar, y'all. Hey, if you haven't, don't forget to like, share, and subscribe. If you don't like it, give it a thumbs down. Either way. It don't matter. Actually, I should probably like my own live. Trying to find my own live so I can like it. Oh, there we go. Oh, nope, that's not me. There we go. So I think I officially have a different name that I'm going to go with. Maybe I'll announce it Monday. Still going to think about it. It's a big change. I don't do well with change. Actually, it's not. It's almost the same as what it is now. But a lot of thinking and talking to my daughter. She helped me a lot. So she says I should just stick with true crime news.
Sustained in part, subject to rephrase.
Okay, we're back, y'all. I'll mute.
Had you offered to let Caitlyn stay with you?
Yes.
And did she take you up on that?
And she said no.
And without saying the content of the messages, how were you aware that she did not want to stay with you? Or that she had, why did you think she didn't want to stay with you?
Objection, Your Honor. I'm just, in terms of phrasing of the question, I'm not sure how we get to that without hearsay.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yep.
Another sidebar, y'all. This is crazy. Another sidebar. Oh my God. She didn't want to live with them. I mean, if it's in a text and they can show it, then that's what she meant. She didn't want to live with them. Right? I think so. Oh, I forgot my mouse. Can't believe we're on another sidebar. But while we're doing all these sidebars, I'm going to work at my other computer. Set this here.
Did you receive a text that caused you to believe Caitlyn did not want to stay with you?
Yes.
Did you and Caitlyn plan to meet while she was in New Hampshire?
Yes.
Where did you plan to meet?
So we had figured out a restaurant halfway between Hampton and Berlin,
Do you remember what town the restaurant was in?
Ossipee,
What was it called?
Harley Jack's.
What did you think would happen when you went to Harley Jack's?
That we would all meet. So Caitlin, me, Ellen, Valen, and Brenda, and that we would all sit down, have dinner together, and then Caitlin and Brenda would then leave, leaving Valen and Ellen with me.
Did Caitlyn send you any messages the day that you were supposed to meet at Harley Jack's?
Yes.
What did she tell you?
Objection.
May we approach, Judge?
Sure.
Well, yeah, because didn't the aunt say in her testimony that Caitlyn said that she didn't want her to go in? So she was setting this all up to take them girls. And I don't know what we would have done without this other sidebar. Wow. You know, her true colors are really starting to come out. It's too bad that somebody from her family wasn't there on her side, you know, to paint her a different picture, because they're not painting her a good one. Saying that she's going to call the cops. I mean, God, come on. That's my ice machine. They're probably going to call it the day. I mean, it is 3:15 there. The sidewalks close up at 4. Kathy, are you still with me? You know, I think she sits up there and fights until the judge gives in to her. What do you guys think? Oh, okay, you go finish laying down. You have a good nap. Oh, yep, of course, my laptop's gonna go dead now that I've moved.
Before you met up at Harley Jack's, did you text Caitlyn to ask, is it just you and Brenda?
Yes.
And did she respond, she'll drop me and Balin?
Sustained.
May we approach?
Sure.
Oh, yes, sidebar. That would have been a good answer too. Why can't she just let him talk? Oh, sorry.
So you testified that you had asked who was going to be at Harley Jack's.
Yes.
And based on the response you got, what were you thinking?
I was thinking that Brenda was just going to drop Caitlyn off.
And what did it mean to you that based on the text you got, you thought that Brenda was just going to drop Caitlyn off?
So I was immediately confused because that's a long drive. That's like an hour and a half, whatever it is, to meet us. And then how is she going to pick you back up? Like, is she just going to drive all the way up there and then leave and then come back and then pick her up? In which I think I texted her something along those lines afterwards.
And did you get a response to your inquiry?
I did not, no.
Did you end up going to Harley Jack's?
I did.
What day?
That would have been February 28th.
Can you please write that date on the calendar?
Yes.
Oh, yeah, no, they don't. Let me mute or stop the video.
Yep.
No, I agree. The jury does not like that. You're right.
You can take that calendar back. Judge, at this point, I'm going to move to strike the ID from Defense Exhibit E and have it entered as a full exhibit.
No objection.
The ID may be stricken and it shall be considered as a full exhibit.
Your Honor, may I have a motion to adjourn?
Certainly.
And I'll just let you know that there's some information on the citation.
I don't know what else to gab on about. I mean, it's unfortunate that we have to keep having these sidebars. I mean, come on.
When you went to Harley Jack's on February 28th, did you take Elwyn
Didn't
with
even
you?
tell us she was coming
Yes.
live.
Did Caitlyn also go to Harley Jack's?
Yes,
Who got there first?
I did.
Where were you when Caitlyn got there?
I was inside the restaurant with Elwyn.
What happened when Caitlyn got there?
So she called me to say to come outside because she had a bag of Valen's things and to put it in the trunk. So that's what I did. Came out and grabbed it and put it in the trunk. And then the four of us, Caitlyn, myself, Elwyn, and Valen, went inside the restaurant.
Was Brenda there?
No.
What happened when the four of you went inside the restaurant?
So we sat down, had a meal. We didn't, Caitlyn and I specifically, we didn't talk really. We were really just interacting with the kids, Ellen and Valen.
And at some point, what did you decide to do when you were leaving Harley Jack's?
Well, I didn't get to make a decision. So Caitlyn started talking to Elwyn and asking her to see her new house, to see Elwyn's new house. So at that point, I was taking it like she wanted to come back to the house.
And what did you think when you were taking it like Caitlyn wanted to come back to the house?
So again, I'm really confused because she explicitly said she did not want to come back to the house. And so I didn't know what was going on. Like why was all of a sudden the plan changing? So I was hesitant, but I just agreed that, okay, fine, you can come back for the night, but it would just be for the night, just the one night.
And what happened after you left the restaurant?
So we got in my car and drove to the house in Berlin.
Who's we?
So myself, Caitlyn, Elwyn, and Valen.
And was this still February 28th of 2024?
Yes.
You need to look at the calendar, let me know, but what day of the week was February 28th, 2024?
Wednesday.
And what were the sleeping arrangements that night at your house?
So my bed was set up in just my bedroom, and then I had an air mattress that I got for Elwyn and I before our pods arrived, just for something to sleep on. But then, so I slept, myself and Valen slept in my bed, and then Caitlyn and Elwyn slept on the air mattress.
What did you do the next morning, Thursday the 29th?
So right away in the morning, I made breakfast and we went to the public library. It just happened to coincide with bi-monthly, they had a arts and craft, like kids arts and craft thing at the public library. So we went there just as a family and just went through the story time, and Elwyn made just the character from the story with like cotton balls and glitter and stuff like that.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 8. Can you see that craft you described with pom-poms or cotton balls? And
Yes, yes.
Where is it?
So it's right in front of the coffee maker on the far left of the picture.
May I publish to the jury, too?
Sure, Attorney Kittles, I think, which one of 8?
State's 8,
Is there a specific letter on it?
maybe O? Yeah, 8O.
8O, okay. Thank you very much. Certainly.
Where did you go after children's story time, arts and crafts at the library?
I went back to the house.
Your Honor, may we approach?
Okay, certainly.
Okay, for what now, lady? Get it, lady. Well, I don't think I'll be doing that live for Kata today. Maybe that'll give me something to do tomorrow. I got to go get my charger. I'll be back. We're on the 600 side target. Oh, I mean, for real. We're on another one. We've already had 5. Just while I was sitting out in the living room. I heard you. She's barely walking. She's walking really slow. Come on. But I'm not in the bedroom. I moved out to the living room. I got a headache, and I don't know if it's from getting my neck down or. That's not the light that I'm on. But if it starts to echo, then
We are going to conclude there for the day and for the week. So once again, just a series of instructions. You've been very attentive to my instructions, and I appreciate that. Because it is going to be over a weekend, we will start again 9 o'clock on Monday. Between now and then, please do not discuss the case with yourselves or with anybody else. And I realize that we're going to be, it's going to be a 2-day break, but please discuss the case with nobody else. Please don't do any research about anything that you've heard about as part of this proceeding, including any online research, any visiting of any locations or anything like that. Take no action in that regard whatsoever. Again, there is a media presence here. Please do not research any aspect of this, and please go so far as to avoid any interaction with anybody relative to the content of the media coverage as well. Please try to avoid any inadvertent exposure. And with those as the instructions, and again, I appreciate your attentiveness to these instructions, we'll resume again 9 o'clock on Monday. And with that, I wish you a good weekend and take care.
Well, yeah, I knew that was coming. Oh, and I forgot the charger. Jeez. Well, let's see if the judge is going to say anything. And if he doesn't, then we will end for the day.
Mr. Duren, you can step down if you'd like. because Monday may end up being accelerated relative to the number of things that have to be done over the course of the day, my intention is to get to you folks a draft of the second half of the jury instructions with the understanding that it is completely, and I emphasize this in the greatest possible terms, a rough draft, but I recognize everyone's ability to prepare zealously with respect to their specific positions. I want to get a rough draft to everybody when I can, with absolutely no indication one way or another of how I'm ultimately going to rule, but I want to make sure that I've got at least a structure out there and a format so that counsel can at least be prepared to make their arguments and see at least the general format of how I intend to instruct. Obviously, there's still testimony to be received. I have not made any decisions because the evidence has not closed, and I have not heard counsel's arguments with respect to everything, but I would rather start that process with the understanding that it is completely rough draft, subject to both legal argument and factual argument and the close of evidence not having been completed. Any objection to starting that process from the state?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, any objection from defense?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, once again, I know folks will need to tailor we need to have a long charging conference and we'll need to tailor closing arguments with respect to the instructions, so I want to give you enough time to do that so everybody's doing their job. Okay? Anything further before we break for the weekend?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, all right, thank you very much. Have a good weekend.
All right, you all. Boy, that's been a long, interesting day. Very long day. I will be back Monday, 10 o'clock. So it has some time. If they're not done by Tuesday, if Tuesday runs into like 2:30, I will have to quit and come back, or yeah, because I have to go to therapy on Tuesday, my physical therapy. So we'll see. We'll see what happens on Monday. I'm gonna work on a video. I'm working on my YouTube intro. I've been working on that for days. I just want it to be nice. I just want it to look good, sound good. But you all have a nice weekend. I'm going to put a video together for the Kata Scott. Like I said, there's new information coming out in the last few days. You probably already heard about it, but I wanted to make a video on it and show people. If you haven't, please like, share, and subscribe. And we will continue this on Monday morning. All right. Thanks for joining me today. Have a wonderful weekend. Bye-bye. Oh, I'm not sure what time tomorrow. I was messing around with the pre-recordings, and that's a lot of work. You have a lot of editing to do this way. I don't have to edit anything. All right. You guys have a good weekend, and I might see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.